spring, at least by Upton's standards. Any concern about that?
No, not at all, because certain guys are just, trying to get comfortable, especially a guy like Upton, a guy that's been in the big leagues for 6 or 7 years. You don't really worry about those guys during the course of spring training unless they have a nagging injury or something like that. He's healthy. He started to pick it up down the stretch. Not concerned at all.
All right, it's all about pitching in the game of baseball. Major league success is predicated upon finding great pitching. Who is your key among this pitching staff?
Well, it would have been easy for me to go with guys like Justin Verlander and Anibal Sanchez, or the other guys in the starting rotation, Jordan Zimmer. But I'm going to go back to a guy that we thought a couple of years ago would be outstanding, and that would be Shane Green. When they acquired him from the Yankees 2 years ago as a rookie, he was tremendous. Best rookie I saw that year in 14. 15, he got off to an outstanding start as well, with an outstanding fastball that was moving all over the place and a really nice changeup. He's going to be the 5th starter. He will start the season in the bullpen for the first couple of days. But the one thing that I'd like to see Green do a little bit more than he did in spring training, and this is only because he was trying to make the team. He threw a lot of fastballs in spring. I'd like to see him incorporate the changeup and the breaking ball a little bit more now that he's pitching in relief the first couple of days until he gets his start next Monday, I believe.
Yeah, the Tigers have a day off, and so Justin Verlander will start Game 5 Sunday night at home against the Yankees. More from Miami coming up. Trev, back to you. game one. He wants the ball in a season opener.
Didn't end as the Tigers had hoped. The team was in an unfamiliar spot of looking up at the rest of the division. Once the offseason arrived, changes were forthcoming. The Tigers reloaded, trading for closer Francisco Rodriguez, signing Jordan Zimmermann to bolster the rotation, and Justin Upton to provide more pop for an already explosive offense. Two stars back and ready to regain their form and lead the Tigers to the top of the division are tonight's starters Justin Verlander and, of course, future Hall of Famer Miguel Cabrera, both looking to get their team back to the postseason.
It is a spectacular night for baseball here in South Florida as we welcome you back inside Marlins Park. The opening night ceremony is in progress, and with it, the beginning of the 2016 baseball season. Hi again, everyone. Mario and Pepper, Rod Allen. We are thrilled to have you with us here tonight. Really kind of an unconventional opening, Rod, when you talk about playing in a National League park in a night game, but it's still opening night.
No question about that. Usually the squad heads north to begin the season in Detroit, but this year they headed down south to Miami.
All right, now let's talk about this Tigers team. Verlander goes tonight, Cabrera in the lineup. These are two guys that were hurt much of last season. They're going to count on them this year.
Well, Justin Verlander obviously vital to this team's success in 2016. Down the stretch, he was pitching Mario as well as most pitchers in all of baseball with a 2.12 ERA in his last 15 starts. They really need him to be that Justin Verlander this year. Miguel, you know what he can do. He won another batting title last year. Didn't have his power, but he's healthy. He's got that power again this year.
All right, those two guys certainly are vital and certainly a big part of the Tigers' success, but Victor Martinez, they need to get him going as well. Hopefully he's healthy.
Well, he's not going to play here tonight, obviously, because of the DH and the fact that he was slowed down in spring training with a hamstring. But when he is in that lineup, the lineup is much more efficient. It gives him a left-handed power bat as well. Hopefully he stays healthy all year. If he does, expect big things from the Tigers.
All right, JV taking the mound tonight for the Tigers. We are just about ready for baseball. Verlander makes his 8th opening night start. Minutes away from the first pitch. Trev, back to you now in the Call Sam Studios. here 2016 for the Tigers and the Miami Marlins, and a gorgeous night for baseball. Marlins Park is the scene here tonight as the Tigers open up a brand new campaign, and the Tigers hopeful of doing so here against the National League team on a positive note heading into 2016. It is a gorgeous night here in Miami. The field conditions are presented by Ace Hardware and the Scotts Company. It is 77 degrees at game time. A little bit of humidity at 53%, but the forecast is clear tonight. We are thankful for that, and I know there's been some cold weather all around Major League Baseball, but believe you me, not here tonight. Ian Kinsler is getting ready to start things off for the Tigers here this evening. Their starting lineup is presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. And for Detroit, it'll be Kinsler starting things off at second base. Justin Upton is the left fielder, signed, of course, as a free agent in January by the Tigers. He'll be followed by Cabrera and J.D. Martinez, who had career highs with 38 homers and 102 RBIs last season. Nick Castellanos will bat fifth in this ballgame tonight, play third base, followed by James McCann, the catcher. And your bottom three features Iglesias, Gose, and Verlander, of course, National League ballpark, so National League rules, and that means the pitcher will hit. Now, it's a homecoming, of course, for Miguel Cabrera, who began his career here in Miami, but of course wearing Tigers colors these days. And of course, Miggy, as he took the field in pregame introductions, Ryan, received a really large round of applause.
He got the loudest applause of anybody here in attendance here this evening, and rightfully so. When Miguel Cabrera wore the uniform of the then Florida Marlins, he was a dangerous player. He is still one of the best players in all of baseball.
Well, the Tigers tonight will take their swings against the left-hander Wei-Yin Chen of the Marlins.
They've seen him before. A 4-year contract he signed to come to Miami. Fastball about 90 to 93, but he can spot it in all four quadrants of the strike zone. That's what makes him really good. That 3.34 ERA in 31 starts last year. That's in the American League East, where they've got a lot of really good offensive teams. He also has a real good split-fingered fastball, Mario. The Tigers need to make sure that they lay off of that pitch, because they will get a steady diet of them this evening. Let's take a look at the Miami Marlins starting defense. It is brought to you by Tim Hortons in the outfield. It's a very talented outfield and a young outfield with Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. Up the middle, they've got Echeverria and Gordon, who won a Gold Glove last year. They've got Bohr and Prado on the corners, and Real Muto is the starting catcher. We've heard some really good things about this youngster.
You know, these two teams boast a lot of really good players. Of course, Miguel Cabrera won the batting title in the American League. Dee Gordon won the batting title in the National League last year. He is a dynamic player.
He really is. He has tremendous speed, and they were fortunate enough to get him from the Los Angeles Dodgers a few years ago when he played for Don Mattingly, who is now the manager of the Miami Marlins. This guy can really run. He drives the ball the other way. He's always got a smile on his face. He has a lot of fun playing the game, Mario.
Well, there's Ian Kinsler, and brings us to the Bernstein advantage, which brings you the pitcher-batter matchup. And for Ian Kinsler, he has had the advantage, the Bernstein advantage, against Wei-Yin Chen in his career, a .417 mark, which is awfully good. And Ian will be strolling to the plate now to get things started for the Tigers.
Ian also had a really good spring training. Of course, the second half of the 2015 season, as far as a right-handed hitter, there were very few that were as consistent as Ian Kinsler was after the All-Star break. He was racking up hit after hit after hit.
Yeah, he nearly hit 300 last year, 296 with 73 driven in, and we are ready for baseball tonight from Miami. The Tigers and the Marlins, as Wei-Yin Chen stares in against Ian Kinsler. It'll be Upton and Cabrera to follow. Here we go. The first pitch of 2016 is in for a strike on Kinsler. Ian in his 11th season now in the major leagues, his third with the Tigers. The 0-1 pitch. Down the left field line, looping, and there. It's in there for a base hit. Kinsler takes a wide turn and holds up, and the Tigers get the leadoff man on.
Chen tried to sneak that fastball inside at 91 on Kinsler, and he did get it in there, but Ian strong enough to muscle that ball right over the third baseman's head, Martin Prado, and he took a really nice turn at first base. Nice job by Yelich, the left fielder, making sure that he was able to hold Ian to a single.
So here is Justin Upton now with the leadoff man on for the Tigers. Upton at 251 last year. Hit just 191 against left-handed pitching, though.
That is odd.
Really odd. And Chen will go back to the bag at first base. You consider Upton's numbers overall, really good power numbers, can steal some bags, can drive in some runs. Lefties, though, gave him a fit or two last year.
He is right in the prime of his career. Signed a huge deal to come to Detroit to bat in that number 2 slot in front of Miguel Cabrera.
Driven down the right field line. That ball is slicing toward the corner, and that ball is going to be fair. To the corner it goes. Kinsler on his way to third. They're going to stop in there. It'll be a double for Upton, and the Tigers are off and running tonight.
I talked about Upton in the pregame show today, and one of the things that I pointed out, Mario, was the fact that after being around Miguel Cabrera and J.D. Martinez and also Victor Martinez the entire spring training, he is already starting to drive balls the other way. Look at him pull his hands close to his body and slice that ball down in the right field corner for a double in his first plate appearance as a Detroit Tiger.
The Miguel Cabrera effect, apparently, and here is Mr. Cabrera. So the Tigers have a tremendous scoring opportunity early in this one as Miggy stands in.
338 last year for Miguel Cabrera, winning his 4th batting title in the last 5 years.
And Cabrera played much of the season hurt last year, missed a ton of ball games, played in 120 for the Tigers last season. And Cabrera takes low and in 1-0.
And the Miami Marlins ever so slightly are shading Cabrera in the infield to the pull field. You don't really need to put on a shift when Miguel's in the batter's box for the most part, because he drives the ball the opposite way. And in these particular situations, he will simply try to drive the ball the other way to drive in at least 1 run, possibly both of these runs.
Cabrera sends a ground ball to short. Echeverria has it, and Cabrera will get an RBI as Kinsler comes around to score, and the Tigers have a 1-0 lead. First RBI of the season for Miguel Cabrera. Good start for the ball club tonight. That'll bring up J.D. Martinez. Well, J.D. coming off his best season as a big leaguer last year. 38 home runs for Martinez. And J.D. looks at a ball low.
And in spring training, J.D. hit a ton of home runs as well. 7 or 8 home runs in the Grapefruit League.
There is the Miami flavor to the Tigers lineup tonight. Of course, J.D. from Miami, Nick Castellanos, Cabrera played here, so did Sanchez. Here's the 1-0.
I've been hanging out down here the last couple of days on South Beach, so I can kind of see why these boys live down here.
Saw some of the photos you put on
in
Twitter,
Miami. You know what I mean?
and Instagram. Looked like you were having a good time down here.
Oh man, I was able to relax a little bit, just get ready and recharge for the season.
1 ball, 1 strike on J.D. Martinez. Make it 2-1 now on J.D.
There's a base open here, and so more than likely, because J.D. Martinez drove in 100 runs last year, even though it's the first inning, Chin might be pitching around him to set up a double play situation to possibly help him get out of this inning.
Castellanos waiting on deck. 2-1 is hammered to the air to right field. Ball hit well. Stanton going back to the track in front of the wall to make the catch. Upton will tag and move up, and J.D. just missed it.
Already some really nice plate appearances from a few of the Tigers in this very first inning. Of course, Kinsler, he was able to pull his ball down the left field line, but then when you have the at-bat that Upton had, slicing a double in that direction, and then you have J.D. Martinez taking this 90-mile-per-hour fastball and nearly hitting it out of the ballpark. I like the approach right now that they have against Chin.
So with 2 outs, here is Nick Castellanos. We'll see if he can come up with the big 2-out knock. Nick last year 255, but he hammered left-handed pitching.
I don't know how the ball is going to fly out of the ballpark here as far as the game is concerned, but in batting practice today, we were watching it, and the balls were flying out here with regularity, and Castellanos was hitting a ton of those.
The roof is open here tonight at Marlins Park.
Yeah, last time we came here a couple of years ago, I believe it was toward the, well, it was closed, right? Toward the end of the year.
Season, yeah. And the roof was closed. Here's the 0-1. Nick will take outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Castellanos last year, 351 against left-handed pitching, and really finished the season strongly. He was at 280 each of the last 2 months of last season.
And there are many people out there that believe that Castellanos is one of the kids, the young kids, that's going to have a superior year this year.
Swing and a miss.
Last year, he kind of got lost with all the young talent that came to the in baseball.
Yeah, I agree. And here are those numbers we were talking about, 351 against left-handed pitching.
I mean, some of the young players, the Correas of the world, the Lindors, those kids in Chicago, Schwarbers. He's still real young himself.
Now Chen ready with the 1-2. Here it is. Well, Castellanos, for as much as expected of him offensively, Rod, it's good to see at least from what we are told, and I think we saw some of this in spring training. He's working on his defense extremely hard.
Came in a little bit lighter, a little bit more athletic on the balls of his feet, anticipating balls that being hit to him every single pitch, and that's the key. You have to anticipate when you're on the defensive end that ball is going to be hit to you, and they say that Nick Castellanos is doing a much better job of that.
You look at a ball inside, and the count levels now. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
If you're Castellanos here, you can pretty much eliminate one of the pitches that Chen likes to feature with 2 strikes, but not 2 strikes and a runner on third base. That would be the split-fingered fastball. So if you're Upton, you also have to be aware that if he does throw that pitch, you've got to get a pretty good break, you got to get a good jump, and you got to try to score. They're going fastball up here to Castellanos.
Just missed. Oh, Chen wanted that one, and the body language says, come on now.
Well, he shouldn't be messing with Country Drill West on opening night.
Last guy you want to mess with. Yeah, that ball was low. Although I could see the beef that Chen had and thinking that it was close enough to call.
He was halfway toward the dugout.
3-2. JT Realmuto, the catcher, flashing the signs. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is that for Detroit. However, they begin 2016 with a run on a gorgeous night here in South Florida. The bottom of the first inning, their starting lineup presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, and for Miami, D. Gordon leads it off. Of course, he won the batting title last year in the National League, followed by Yelich and Ozuna. Giancarlo Stanton is in right field, 22 home runs or more in all 6 seasons for Stanton. Massive power. Prado and Bohr, Realmuto, the catcher. You got Echeverria and Wei-Yin Chen, and they are all going to face Mr. Verlander, presented tonight by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
It is the 8th opening day start for Justin Verlander. He did not get that nod last year. He was on the disabled list. When he finally came off the disabled list the second half of the year, he pitched much better than he did the very first half, where he was still trying to round himself into shape.
And it looked like Verlander kind of resumed the ace role based on his second half performance last year.
And D. Gordon, they shade him to left field. He gets lots of base hits the opposite way through the hole between the shortstop and the third baseman, and in left field. Upton playing very shallow. There he is.
Slaps one toward left field. Upton coming on to make the catch.
When you know the scouting report on certain guys, you tend to overplay, and that's when you can make plays like that look rather easily. Let's take a look at the Tigers starting defense. Is presented by Beaumont Health. You know, Upton's in left, Ghost in center field, J.D. Martinez, he's in right. Iglesias, Kinsler up the middle, Castellanos and Miguel on the corners, and James McCann behind the dish.
One away, Verlander retires Gordon. Now Osuna steps in. That wide open stance from the right side. JV delivers strike one, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Marcell Osuna, 259 last year. His power numbers were way down, although he finished strong last year for the Marlins. And Justin deals another strike, another fastball, 0-2.
And here's what I was talking about regarding Justin Verlander last year in his final 11 starts. A 2.12 ER, the whip was under 1, and the opponent's batting average was under 200. The fastball was coming out of his hand nicely at about 94 to 95. He threw a lot more sliders last year as well than he had in his previous 8-9 years in the big leagues. That slider has really become a good pitch for Justin.
Yeah, and I noticed that really it was the last pitch, I guess, to come around in his arsenal as well. He had that fastball, had the changeup, the good curveball. Slider now a big weapon. 1-2 is fouled back.
This kid here, Ozuna, has a lot of talent. He may be one of the most talented players on their team other than Stanton, their right fielder. And they say that Barry Bonds has had a huge impact on him already in spring training. Better at bats, seeing more pitches, better plate appearances. They think he's going to have a big year under the tutelage of Barry Bonds.
Osuna takes low as it skips in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He also lost about 10-15 pounds in the offseason, rededicated himself to getting in shape, and he's moving better in center field.
Well, he dropped from 23 homers in 2014 to just 10 last year. And the weight was an issue coming into spring camp and the start of last season. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Verlander dusting him with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 outs.
Something else that Verlander was getting late in the season, he was getting swings and misses on his fastball. That's 93 on the black outside, and the ball just had another gear. It's not 100 miles an hour, but he had that late life on his fastball at the end of last season.
It'll bring up the talented Christian Yelich, who batted 300 last season. 7 home runs. He'll line one to left field, and Upton comes on to make the catch about knee high. Ball was hit hard, but a 1-2-3 inning for Verlander. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica. And by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Some of the sights of opening night here in Miami. There's Miguel Cabrera. Don Mattingly, the new skipper of the Marlins. And we go to the second with the Tigers up by a run. It'll be James McCann to start things off for the Detroiters. Wei-Yin Chen back to the hill. And McCann looks at a strike on the outer edge. Boy, what a season it was for James last year. 264, 7 homers, had 29 multi-hit games, among the best in American League rookies. He hammers this one in the air the other way to right. Stanton going back to the track in front of the wall to hold it in. It's a second ball that is hit to the wall in right field tonight by the Tigers. One away.
Chen continues to feature quite a few fastballs upstairs in the strike zone, and the Tigers have taken advantage of those fastballs up in the zone.
Chen was able to minimize the damage in that first inning, gave up a single, a double to start the game, but then only allowed 1 run. Here is Jose Iglesias.
And not only does he have the 92 to 93 mile per hour fastball, Chen also has a nice curveball. He's got a slider. He's got a changeup, and we've all well documented the fact he's got a real nice split-fingered fastball too.
Chen was somewhat of a surprise selection to pitch on opening night, especially when you have Jose Fernandez on your staff, but they are hoping to minimize the innings for Fernandez, who is coming back from Tommy John. There's a chopper to third on a backhand. Prado. 2 gone. Hey, stay tuned to Tigers Live. Following the game, we'll select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers Player of the Game, presented by McDonald's. Stop by for your breakfast favorites, now being served all day.
Yeah, rumor has it that Jose Fernandez was really not all that happy about the fact that he did not get the opening day nod.
Well, it is only 1 start, but it is a start that goes with a lot of prestige. Anthony Gose stands in, looks at a ball.
Talking to some Marlins people today, they felt like by giving him the ball in game 2, the way that the off days line up and different things like that, they'll be able to watch his innings a little closer this year, coming off that Tommy John surgery a season ago, where they're going to have to watch him anyway during the course of this season.
Well, he's the franchise type guy, so they need to be extra cautious with him.
And he really pitches well in this ballpark.
He hadn't lost in this ballpark ever.
That's what I'm talking about.
Literally. Anthony Gose looks at a strike. Gose 254 last year, batting in the 8th slot.
And Cameron Maben still on the disabled list. The reason why Gose getting the opening nod here tonight against the left-hander.
Off the end of the bat, foul. 1-2 the count stays. Gose last year, I think, was a little bit better when he batted in the leadoff slide. Had a couple of leadoff homers last year. One was against Corey Kluber, and that one is rocketed off of Chen. They'll have no play. It'll be an infield hit for Gose. And they'll come out and take a look at Wei-Yin Chen. Like Roddy was able to get that glove down, fortunately, but he's flexing that left hand.
Yeah, so it must have gotten him somewhere on that left arm. It appears that he's trying to get the feeling back in the left arm right now.
Tigers have their 3rd hit of this game already.
I was listening to an interview that Don Mattingly, their manager, did yesterday, and he said that one of the things that they must do as a team, if they're going to be successful at all, and has to stay healthy. That looked like he got him on the left elbow, Mario.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's no doubt this Marlins team has some nice pieces among the starting 9, but depth is not a big part of what they are this year, so they need to stay healthy definitely. Chen, meanwhile, giving his warm-up pitches to see if he'll stay in this game, and he gives the thumbs up to Don Mattingly. A Country Joe out there to make sure this is just a medical visit. So Chen remains in the game, and he will face Justin Verlander. Well, there was a time, Rod, where Verlander was just a mess offensively, but now he's all the way up to 2 for 32.
How about that? Still got that bingo number for his batting average, though. 063.
See if he can get across the 100 marker here. 2-out man at first base. And he'll loop this one in the air to center field. And it's going to drop. Base hit. Ghost will go to third, and he is safe. The ball hits the back of Anthony Ghost, and the Tigers have runners at first and third. Give Verlander his third hit.
It's a real good swing here by Verlander. Gets himself a fastball, hits it into center field. Ozuna in center field has one of the better throwing arms for any center fielder in the game, and he nearly threw out Anthony Ghost, who was awfully fast.
So Verlander trying to help himself out. It extends the inning for Ian Kinsler now with runners at first and third.
That is something the Tigers worked on a ton in spring training, and that was their base running. They want to go to first and third a little bit more efficiently. They want to take advantage of balls in the dirt, and it all starts with the thought process. You have to anticipate it, and that's a nice job there by Ghost. Omar, along with Kirk Gibson, handled the running duties down in Lakeland, Florida.
A point of emphasis, to be sure, for the Tigers this camp, improving that base running.
Yeah, we had Omar on our air. I believe it was our last telecast during spring training last Thursday, and he said one of the things they want to do is they always talk about base running in spring training, but then once the season starts, you just kind of forget about it.
Right.
They want to make sure that they continue to pound that into the players, that obviously good base running helps you win a lot of games.
1-1 is drilled high in the air to left field. Yelich going back to the track, to the wall, and gone. It's out of here. A home run for Ian Kinsler.
Oh, Ian, did you? We talked about Ian at the top of the show and the fact that he simply wears out Wei-Yin Chen, and he takes him deep for a 3-run home run here on opening day.
He came in over 400 against Chen. He's got 2 more hits, and the Tigers lead 4-0.
How about Justin Verlander extending that inning to get Kinsler up there with a couple of runners aboard?
The biggest at bat of the inning.
He continues to throw those fastballs, and he continues to miss with his location, and the Tigers hitters continue to get underneath the ball. This one carried out of the yard.
What a start for the Tigers tonight. Kinsler hit 11 homers last year. He's got his first of 2016. A 3-run shot, infield hit, a bloop single by Verlander, and then the homer. Upton looks at a ball high, and the count goes 2-0. Justin had a double in his first at bat, his first official Tigers at bat in the regular season. That is skied in the air toward right field, slicing toward the line. Stanton is there, and that'll end the inning. Tigers, though, off to a beautiful start in 2016. Kinsler, 3-run shot, 4-0 Tigers. 4-0 lead. How about that home run from Ian Kinsler?
Do you know that it took Ian Kinsler until his 50th game last year before he hit his first home run, and he goes deep here on opening night in 2016.
Well, he's on pace for 162 homers this year.
I'll take that.
Here is Giancarlo Stanton. He'll get things started now for the Marlins. 4-0 in favor of Detroit.
A lot easier to pitch to Stanton now that Verlander has the 4-run lead. This guy's a dangerous bat, some of the best power in all of the major leagues, and really the Marlins just need him to stay healthy because the last 4 years he hasn't been able to stay healthy.
He's got some pretty sweet shoes, I know that. Very colorful. 1 ball and 1 strike on Giancarlo Stanton. Up and in, 2-1.
Good pitch there by Verlander, up and in, elevating the fastball to the dangerous right-handed bat.
JB had a 1-2-3 first inning. Here's the 2-1.
He hit the furthest ball last year against Carlos Martinez of the St. Louis Cardinals. It was a slide piece that he got all of, and when it was all said and done, the ball traveled 484 feet from home plate. 484.
You know, they used to say that Mickey Mantle hit home runs 500 feet. I find that hard to believe that anybody can hit one farther than that one we just saw. Pretty amazing.
One of the things that we talk about on our air is the fact that breaking balls, they go further than fastballs that are 95 miles an hour. That was a slider that he caught just right, and because of the spin on the baseball when it makes contact with the bat, created that kind of angle, and of course Stanton did the rest.
Here's the 2-2. Stanton last year, they will appeal, he did not go, was leading the major leagues with 27 home runs when he broke his hamate bone and effectively ended his season.
He broke that hamate bone on a swing.
And you see the protective piece that he's using as well. A couple of years ago, he was hit in the face on a pitch from Mike Fiers, and of course it was a nasty scene, so he wears that little bit of a protective guard covering the left side of his face. And JV missed it outside. He ends up walking in. Leadoff man on for the Marlins. Bring up Martin Prado. Miami last year finished at 71-91, 20 games under the 500 mark. They do have hopes, though, of taking that next step this season. Prado, a veteran, gives them a steady presence offensively and even with the glove. Also a new manager in Don Mattingly, who they feel like will give them the kind of presence as a skipper to lead this organization. They've had 6 losing seasons. They haven't had a winning season since winning in quite a while. Yeah, it's been a while. In fact, the Marlins trying to get back to the postseason for the first time in 2003.
That is Tim Wallach, who is seated next to Don Mattingly. He was also Mattingly's bench coach last year in Los Angeles. Hey, different payrolls, though, huh?
Oh, much different.
That Dodgers payroll was nearly $200 million. This Miami Marlins payroll right around 60, 70 million.
Although the nightlife offers just about the same amount of distractions.
Yeah, you know.
No balls, 1 strike on Prado. This is really largely the same team offensively for the Marlins this year. The hope is, though, that their younger players will kind of take that next step. Guys like Yelich and Osuna, and become a better team offensively. Of course, Barry Bonds is their new hitting coach now, and he's already had an impact according to their young players. 1 ball, 1 strike. Can able to block it. 2-1. Stanton, the leadoff walk. We're in the second. Tigers got a run in the first and added 3 more in the homer by Kinsler in the second. Here's the 2-1. 3-1.
on Prado.
And you can see why how Justin Verlander is missing at the bottom of the strike zone. He's trying to get Prado to hit the ball on the ground to let that double play combination of Iglesias and Kinsler get to work here in the second inning.
Prado swings and skies it in the air to shallow left. Upton coming on, still coming, and he's going to make the basket catch. First out of the inning. Well, Justin's been running a whole lot out there in left field early on.
But how about the range of Iglesias? Iglesias is all the way out in left field and very easily could have made this play, but he knows the range of Upton. But look at Iglesias and how far he's able to get out there.
One of those tweeners, and Iglesias a good job of peeling off right at the end.
Upton's been busy in left field. He's already made a couple of nice grabs. 3 putouts already for Justin.
Here is Justin Bour. The Tigers play the shift defensively, opening up the entire left side of the infield. And Bour looks at ball 1 outside.
There are more right-handers that get shifted on these days than there has been in the past, but the overwhelming majority of the guys that do get shifted on, the top 10, all guys left-handed batters and all pretty much power hitters that get shifted on, just like Bour's getting shifted on right here.
And Bour would qualify as a power hitter, 23 long balls last year.
First change piece of the night thrown by Verlander, and it was an outstanding pitch with real good arm speed, real nice action. Looked like a fastball to the last possible second, and the ball just kind of faded underneath the bat of Bour. It's a real good pitch there.
Bour knocked in 73 last year. Former Rule 5 pick from the Cubs organization. Swing and a miss. 1-2 now on Justin Bour.
And Verlander can go a couple different ways here. He can go back down at the bottom of the strike zone with another changeup, or simply elevate the fastball again to see if he can get Bour to swing through another one. He just threw that last fastball right by him. Going with that heater again.
One ball, 2 strikes. JT Realmuto waiting on deck. And he missed it outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Bour. Verlander this spring was 2-0, had an ERA of 2.84. Here is his breakdown so far in this one tonight after 25 pitches. Last time JV was on this mound, it was the end of the 2013 season, and he struck out 10 against the Marlins. There's a wave and a miss, and there's a strikeout. Second of the night for Verlander.
A couple of fastballs and then a changeup and a breaking ball to finish off Bour. Actually, that looked like a fading changeup down and away. One of the things about the beginning of the season and guys that have above average breaking pitches, you can win a lot of games in the month of April where the hitters are still trying to get their timing on breaking balls. Even though they've had 6 weeks of spring training, most of their timing is on fastballs because that's what they see most in the Cactus League and the Grapefruit League, because everybody's trying to build up their arm strength. But once the season starts, guys start incorporating more changeups, more breaking balls, and it takes hitters, even good hitters, a little while before they can find that timing.
JT Realmuto is the batter now. He is the catcher for the Marlins. 10 home runs last year. The only base runner so far for Miami. The leadoff walk here by Stanton in the second.
And Stanton's going to get a lot of those this year.
Well, when you're as powerful as he is, and still, to be honest, not quite the type of protection that a Tigers lineup will give a big hitter. Yeah, he's going to walk a lot.
Real Muto last year in his rookie season knocked in 47. He could run a little bit for a catcher. He had 7 triples last year.
They really like his skill set. They think he's going to be a really good catcher for a long time.
And down he goes on a swing and a miss, and Verlander comes back after the leadoff walk. 3-4-5 coming up for the Tigers. Tonight they lead 4-0 as we go to the top of the third, and a reminder to have your party at an upcoming Tigers game. Party suites and party areas are on sale now. Groups of 15 or more receive discounted tickets. Visit tigers.com/groups or call 313-471-BALL. Either way works, and bring your group to the ballpark. The Tigers home opener is going to be Friday, where it's probably going to be not quite as balmy as it is here. But that's all right, doesn't matter, it's opening day. Here is Miguel Cabrera to get things started. 3, 4, and 5. Cabrera, Martinez, Castellanos. Wei-Yin Chen back to the hill. Miggy had an RBI ground ball his first time up, and he'll look at strike one. Chen back home with the 0-1 pitch. For Cabrera last year, a batting title. He's won 4 of them now. Of course, he began his career right here with the Marlins in Miami. Hit .313 lifetime with Miami prior to the trade that brought him to Detroit. And we always look back at that trade, Rod, and really the Tigers gave up 2 premier prospects at the time, Maben and Miller, but they have not been able to come close to provide what Cabrera has to the Tigers.
No, the Marlins, they traded away a player that's going to be in the Hall of Fame when his career is all said and done.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
720 games played for the Fish. Batting average over 300, 138 home runs. And take a look at the bottom note there. He's 3rd in RBIs, and he's been gone for what, 7, 8 years?
That's right. That's pretty amazing. There's a bouncer towards second. Gordon ranging left. One away, and that'll bring up J.D. Martinez. And with more on J.D., we check in with John Keating.
Mario, J.D. Martinez has told us that one of his best baseball memories was when he was a kid here in Miami, sitting in the bleachers of center field of Pro Players Stadium, watching his Marlins win the World Championship. But this has to rank up there as well. He owns the distinction of hitting the first homer in this ballpark's history. It was April 13th, 2012, all over against Edward Mojica, and it went out toward the nightclub out there in left field. And if Rod wasn't working the game tonight, I've got a pretty good strong sense he'd be out there in left.
And I have a feeling you'd be right with me too.
That ball is driven deep to left center field up against the wall. It's going to be extra bases for JD Martinez, and he will pull into second with a 2-base hit.
You know, we saw that home run that he hit here in 2012 where he really had a different type of swing and a different approach where he was playing for the Houston Astros. But take a look at this swing and how he pulls those hands close to his body, and he makes sure that the barrel of the bat stays over the heart of the plate a long time. And that's one of the main reasons why JD Martinez the last 3 years has been one of your more dangerous bats in the big leagues.
That is the third extra base hit of the night for the Tigers. Pair of doubles and a homer.
How about Keith throw me on the bus talking about Cleveland there?
But you know what? You got him right back.
He'd be right there with me.
He would.
And you might be there too.
Well, I'm not saying I won't. Here's Nick Castellanos. Throw is not on target down there at second. Nice play by D. Gordon.
And Tigers continue to hit Shen very hard here this evening. There's really nothing new. They've always hit him pretty good.
Well, you know, last year Chen ranked 7th among American League starters in earned run average, and that was pitching over in the American League East, and they have some pretty good scoring teams in the East.
Some good offenses over there, and pitching in that ballpark in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's true. That ball's hit hard right to the shortstop.
Good base running there by Martinez.
So Castellanos lines out to Echeverria. 2 away. And that'll bring up James McCann. Tigers have 2 here in Miami. They'll have an off day on Thursday and open it up at home on Friday against the New York Yankees. 3-game weekend set against the Yanks. This month of April will be a challenge, and a stiff challenge for the Tigers. Some really good teams that they'll play the first month of the year. You know, you never really like to make too big of a deal on what kind of a start a team gets off to, but make no mistake, I mean, you got Pittsburgh, KC, and Houston, and Cleveland. I mean, some really good teams in April.
Now, you can't really win the pennant in April, but you can sure bury yourselves in a really huge hole if you get off to a really slow start as a team.
Here's the 0-1. Here's that schedule we're talking about.
Pittsburgh, you know they can pitch. And that Yankees back into that bullpen. The Houston Astros are very talented, as you mentioned, along with the world champion Kansas City Royals.
Now, Brad Ausmus did say before the game today, look, we got off to red hot starts each of the last 2 years, and you know, last year we finished in last place.
Leave it to Brad to bring that up.
Yeah, no doubt. Flare to the air down the right field line. Gordon, long run, still going, and it's going to land foul. Well, D. Gordon ran 1.5 miles to get that ball.
Outstanding speed, originally drafted by the Los Angeles Dodgers. Of course, his dad pitched in the big leagues for a long time. Flash was his dad's name, Flash Gordon.
He had a great curveball, didn't he?
He sure did, and he had a fastball that got into the mid-90s. Dijon Watson, who's a good friend of mine, now one of the assistant general managers with the Arizona Diamondbacks. When he was with the Los Angeles Dodgers, he drafted D. Gordon, and he and Flash Gordon, they were roommates in the minor leagues. They played together.
Well, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game. It's brought to you by Miller Lights. 0-2 on James McCann. That one just missed.
That's the first fastball that he's really been able to get inside. He's been trying to get the fastball in, but he's been leaving the majority of them right over the heart of the plate and up in the strike zone. But that time, he forced himself into getting that fastball inside to McCann.
Martinez hits second. He's standing there with a double, 2 outs now. And the 1-2. McCann stays alive, hit a ball deep to right field his first time up, 0 for 1. Got a couple of athletic catchers in this game. We talked about Real Muto of the Marlins, McCann as well, and combined they hit 12 triples last year between them, and they each had an inside the park home run. A lot of similarities. Low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes on McCann. When you get a good young catcher on it, of course the Tigers have one now in James McCann, it can be a franchise type player for a really important position for a long time.
Yeah, just think about when they had the big wheel, Lance Parrish, and he was behind that plate for so many years, and just the presence that he had. McCann has those same type of qualities that Lance Parrish had.
2-2. Should McCann reach, Iglesias is next. Swing and a miss. He got him to chase, and nothing comes of a 1-out double. Third here in Miami. It's April in the D in town down Detroit with the Tigers home opener that's coming up Friday. Join Fox Sports Detroit this Friday for all of your Tigers coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Yours truly, along with Rod, Kirk, and the entire Fox Sports Detroit crew, will bring you all the Tigers home opener excitement. That's Friday at 11 a.m. only on Fox Sports Detroit.
A lot of Tiger fans in attendance here in Miami, but that's always the case.
You could tell by the amount of applause the Tigers were getting in the pregame player introductions. Verlander goes back to work. Adeiny Echeverria leads it off for Miami. Echeverria, Chen, and then top of the order, D. Gordon. Verlander 3 strikeouts already in this game. That's going to cue down the first base line and stay fair. 1 gone on the 3 unassisted. Time for a game break now. Here's Mickey York. All right, Mickey, thank you. Here it is 4-0. The Tigers have the lead. They have a home run of their own. The 3-run shot by Ian Kinsler. Chen looks at a strike right at the knees, 0-1. Wei-Yin Chen is 0 for 6 career as a hitter, 3 strikeouts. Down the middle again it comes, and a swing and a miss. 0-2. Tigers, of course, without Victor Martinez as a starter tonight. He's available to pinch hit with the National League rule. That didn't take long. Chen is down on strikes, 2 away. Strikeout number 4 for Verlander. We're talking about that start that JV made here at the end of the season a couple of years ago. He struck out 10 in 6 innings, and the Tigers were no hit that day by Henderson Alvarez. Here's that start. He threw 80 pitches on the final day of the season in 2013. course, the Tigers were getting their team ready for the postseason that year. D. Gordon steps in and looks at a ball high. Gordon lined to left his first time up. Pulls that one on the ground at first. A nice high hop there for Cabrera, and he just got him. Man, Gordon busting it down the line made that extremely close.
I think they might want to challenge.
I think they might. Gordon is saying that he beat it out.
Looked like Miguel had him, though. Look, Donnie will want to waste a challenge on that.
So Don Mattingly waiting to see if he gets the thumbs up or thumbs down.
How about how fast Gordon got down the line?
Man, nope. No thank you, says Mattingly. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Justin Verlander. This was closer than I thought it was going to be. Miami Tigers on top on opening night 2016 for the Detroiters. 4-0 is our score, and it'll be Jose Iglesias to lead it off. Facing Wei-Yin Chen. Bottom three for the Tigers: Iglesias, Ghost, and Verlander.
And good to see Iglesias healthy and back in there for the Tigers. He finished the final month of the season last year with a hand injury.
Yeah, you know, we talked about all the injuries the Tigers had last year. Verlander, Martinez, Cabrera. We rarely mention Iglesias missed the last one.
He did hit 300 for the second time in his career.
Pulled on the ground. Echeverria going to have to hurry. His throw is high. Overshoots the target into the camera well it goes, and gives second base to Iglesias.
That's a mental mistake there by Echeverria, who's an outstanding shortstop, and many believe he might have a chance to win a Gold Glove this year with Andrelton Simmons being traded to the Los Angeles Angels. But he's not going to get Iglesias. As soon as he gets this ball in his glove, he shouldn't even throw it, and because he did throw it, he cost himself an error, and now Iglesias is in scoring position. He only made 9 errors last year, .984 fielding percentage, and there are many that believe that this guy is the best shortstop in the National League.
Yeah, +9 in defensive run saves last year, which was 4th among shortstops. But he's put Chen in a tough spot here with the leadoff man at second. Here's Anthony Ghost. Ghost hit a ball right back off of Chen's elbow his last time up. He bunts right through it for strike one.
Ghost just doesn't appear to be all that comfortable to me bunting the ball down toward third base. He's much more comfortable when he takes it with him towards second base as he's running down the first baseline, but not a lot of comfort when going down that third baseline.
The 0-1. No sign of bunt there, and now it's 0-2.
And of course, they do want him to bunt a little bit more often this year, especially against left-handed pitching where he struggled last year.
Yeah, Ghost last year hit 192 against left-handed pitching. Won't be bunting here with 2 strikes in the count. Pulled back toward the second baseman, and a soft line drive hauled in by D. Gordon. 1 gone. Iglesias holds at second base. That'll bring up Justin Verlander, who had maybe the biggest at bat in the second inning. He kept it going with a 2-out flare single to center field, and that was followed by the home run by Kinsler. Tigers got a run in the first, a 3-run shot by Kinsler in the second. And Justin looks at a strike, 0-1.
And Dave Clark, even on a base hit here by Justin Verlander, it's going to be very difficult to send Iglesias because the outfield is playing so shallow. The center fielder, Ozuna, has the best arm out there. He has a terrific throwing arm. Yelich and Stanton on the corners, their arms are just average by Major League standards.
Good swing there by JV. 0-2. So Verlander now is 3 for 33 in his major league career. Both of his hits, previous 2 hits, came against the San Diego Padres in interleague play. Here's the 0-2. Not that time. Swing and a miss. 2 away. Well, fans, don't forget to buy 1 ticket, get 1 free to see the Tigers and Justin Verlander battle the Yankees on Sunday, April 10th at 8 p.m. Lower baseline box and upper box seats are buy 1 get 1 free. To purchase, visit tigers.com/BOGO.
And by the Tigers having a day off on Thursday, that allows the Tigers to bump Shane Green, their number 5 starter, to Monday, and it gives Justin Verlander an opportunity to get a couple of starts in the first week of the season.
Here's Ian Kinsler. He took Chen deep his last time up, and he drives 1 to second. Fielded there by Gordon, and a short hop, and he'll throw him out to retire the side. No runs, a hit, an error, 1 man left. Nothing as we go to the bottom of the 4th here at Marlins Park, and Menards brings you the big money encounter. Let's look at some of the major league ranks for Justin Verlander since 2006. Well, there's not a whole lot that he hadn't done in this game. He's got the most wins since 06, 157.
That was his first full year in 2006. Of course, he had a couple of starts in 2005, but once he got to the movies for good, he has been one of the best pitchers in our sport the last decade.
Well, the Marlins so far in this game have only one base runner against Verlander, and that was a Stanton walk back in the second. It's going to be Ozuna, Yelich, and Stanton here in the fourth. And the first one is outside, 1-0.
I like the fact that Justin, through the first 3 innings, really incorporating all 4 of his pitches. A heavy dose of fastballs all over the strike zone. Nice breaking ball, whether it be the slider or the curve, and some really good changeups. Another really nice off-speed pitch. He's got really good arm action here tonight. Really good arm speed. And Justin, for me, looks better here tonight than he looked in any of his starts during the course of spring training. That circle change grip. And he usually does not like to throw his changeup to the right-handed hitters.
Almost threaded the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. The numbers so far on Justin: 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. I mentioned that in spring training was 2-0. His ERA was sub-3. That is popped up. First base side, McCann discards the mask. 1 gone. And now Christian Yelich. Tigers starters last year were tied for the fewest wins in the American League. Their starting staff won just 47 games last year. In fact, their starters had the highest ERA as well, and that's one area that certainly has to change this year. Revamped starting rotation with Justin at the top. You've got Jordan Zimmerman, Anibal Sanchez,
Mike Pelfrey, Shane Green.
Yelich 0 for 1. He lined to left field his first time up. Watched your pregame hit today and noticed that you talked about Shane Green being one of the keys this year for the Tigers.
Oh, for sure. You know, the fact that he's throwing the ball in spring training anyway, the way that he did in 2014 in his first 3 starts of 2015 before he really started to struggle. But if he can recapture what he did in his rookie season in 14 and the first few games of 15, he is really going to help out this rotation, and he might be pitching in the bullpen too once Dan Norris gets back.
Tigers now, as an organization, have a lot of depth in the pitching department. You talk about Norris and Green and Boyd and Fulmer down in the minor leagues. That's up high. Run the count to 3-0.
They also have a kid down there named Joe Jimenez, who pitched very well in spring training too. Looks like he's going to be a key.
Kevin Zomek. I mean, they've got guys up and down the minor league system that really have an outstanding shot of not only getting to the big leagues but having success. Yelich takes on 3-0. Giancarlo Stanton waiting on deck. Tigers on top 4-0 here in the 4th inning. RBI ground out by Cabrera. 3-run homer by Ian Kinsler. That's driven in the air toward left center field. Upton will go back to the warning track to make the catch. 2 up, 2 down. Here is the Chevy Silverado most dependable player, and you've got a couple of guys in this game when you talk about home runs age 28 or younger.
Talented. Upton's on that list. Stanton, of course, Mike Trout on that list as well. Probably the most talented player all around in the game of baseball, and Paul Goldschmidt has to be probably the most underrated player in the game.
Agreed. Here is Stanton. Good pitch. Dives in for a strike. 0-1.
One thing about Stanton, he will chase. Once you get ahead of him, you really don't have to throw him a strike. You can elevate, you can throw something down, whether it be a breaking ball, and you can get some swings and misses. But don't miss over that heart of the plate.
Back up the middle, Iglesias.
It's a 1-2-3 for Justin Verlander. Nice net on South Beach. 2-3-4 coming up for the Tigers. Law firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. Chevrolet, more than you expect, for less than you imagine. And by Bell Tire, get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Some of the sights of opening night here in Miami. 3-run homer by Ian Kinsler, the big blow. And the Tigers have themselves a 4-0 lead as Justin Upton will lead things off here in the 5th. Wei-Yin Chen goes back to work, and Upton looks at ball 1. Just a double and a fly ball. Tigers signed him up as a free agent in January, which really kind of solidified the rest of this lineup. There was some thought or some question as to where Brad wanted to bat him in the lineup, but I think most people thought they would settle in at the number 2 spot.
One of the things that we talked about way back in January when they first acquired Upton, when you started to look at the Tigers batting order, why waste him by batting him 6th? And get him up there and get him in that number 2 slot where he can get a lot of fastballs to hit, batting in front of Miguel.
Tigers certainly have some power at the top of the lineup. We saw it from Kinsler tonight. Upton has the ability to go deep. And Justin looks at a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike now on Upton. Cabrera, Martinez to follow. 2-3-4 facing Wei-Yin Chen. Bouncing ball left side and through out of the reach of Martin Prado into left field. That's the 2nd hit of the night for Justin Upton. And now Miguel Cabrera. Miggy is 0 for 2, but he has an RBI. The ground ball knocked in a run back in the 1st. Cabrera this year will be zeroing in on some milestones. He needs 8 doubles for 500 in his career. And he'll take strike 1. He's also moving in close to 2,500 hits. He needs 169 more. Once it's all said and done, his numbers are going to be awfully gaudy.
They will be Cooperstown worthy. Many believe they are already Cooperstown worthy.
And missed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Cabrera.
How about these numbers for Miguel Cabrera since putting on a Tigers uniform? These are major league ranks. Man, oh man.
First in a whole lot of categories. Danced a little bit. So he skips out of there. 2-1 on Miguel.
Every pitch that Shen has thrown to Miguel has been on the inner third of the plate in this particular at bat. But that's really where you have to pitch, Mickey. It's dangerous if you go in there and he's looking for it, but if you're going to get him out with any regularity at all, which most pitchers can't do, you have to crowd him inside.
Back in there. 3-1. Chen was 14 games over the 500 mark with the Orioles, and in 4 seasons with Baltimore, his ERA was awfully good, 3.72. Veteran presence on this, or in this rotation for the Marlins. That's drilled to left field, base hit. Cabrera got himself ahead in the count, and the Tigers in business here in the 5th.
And let's take a peek. It's going to be our bell tire pitch by pitch. Miguel Cabrera just kind of owns most left-handers. He takes 3 fastballs that are basically on the inner third of home plate. You can tell Chen trying to really crowd him. And then he finally leaves something out of the heart of the plate. Miguel with a really short stride gets that foot up and down and tremendous bat speed and through the strike zone. You know, one of the things that I like about what the Tigers are doing now, Mario, and it goes back to spring training, Dave Littlefield now runs the minor league system. Of course, Al Avila runs the major league, but they got all the coaches together, the minor leaguers and all the major league coaches, and they started to put together a manual, the Tigers' way of playing baseball. For years we've heard about the Cardinal way and different things like that, but they just wanted everybody in the minor leagues to know exactly what's going on in the big leagues and vice versa, so when the guys do get to the big leagues, there's really no change in philosophy.
I saw Al speak of that recently in a newspaper article, and you know, when you talk about philosophy, what could be some of the things that would be the Tiger way, do you think?
Well, just the way that you carry yourself. I mean, the way that you get to the ballpark, the way that you get your rest at night, the way that you do bunt plays, the way that you teach guys to do certain things. And I just think that it bodes well when guys get to the big leagues. They know exactly what to expect. The Tigers even had Justin Upton, J.D. Martinez, and James McCann speak to the minor league players about the way that they go about their business. So they're really trying to make sure that things are done the same way up and down the organization, and you got to give a lot of credit to Al Avila for doing that.
Of course, Al was the right-hand man to Dave Dombrowski for all those years. It's a much different feel, I would imagine, moving over one seat from assistant to the big guy.
He admitted today there was a little bit of nervous energy. Of course, he took over last year, so there was some nervousness there. But, I mean, this is the entire season now with all the moves that he's made in the offseason. To really see the guys in game during the season.
Well, I will say this, whether you're the GM or assistant GM, and of course in Al's case now the GM, all you can do is put the pieces together, and now it's time to just roll them out and let them play. 1 ball, 2 strikes on J.D. Martinez. 2 on, nobody out. Drilled to center field. Ball hit pretty good. Osuna going back to the track, to the wall, and he'll make the catch. Right in front of the wall in center field. He had to backtrack a little bit and make a basket catch. Well, J.D. has very nearly hit 2 out tonight. Here are the offseason moves the Tigers made. Of course, Francisco Rodriguez, one of the big pieces. Cameron Maven came over in late November, and so did Jordan Zimmerman to help that rotation. Lowe and Wilson, 2 big guys at the back end of the bullpen, and then of course Justin Upton when nobody was expecting that.
Yeah, that final piece, Mr. Illich made a phone call to Al Avila and said, I think we need a little bit more offense. Why don't you go out and get one of those 2 big guys out there? And of course, he was talking about either Yoenis Cespedes or Justin Upton, who were both free agents and still out there at the same time.
Look out, there goes the bat. The ball went one way, the bat went the other way. Nick Castellanos is 0 for 2 in the game.
Jordan Zimmerman was also a huge signing. They signed him really early, and it was mutual admiration. Zimmerman wanted to pitch for the Tigers. The Tigers obviously were looking at upgrading their rotation, and they went out and they acted quickly in bringing in Zimmerman.
Former Tiger Edwin Jackson warming up now for the Marlins.
The Marlins have a lot of talented young players that are in the minor leagues with big arms, but they're going with, by and large, a veteran bullpen. Some guys that have kind of been there and done that.
Castellanos lined out his last time up. He's 0 for 2. He also has a strikeout in this game. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Nick. Leadoff singles by Upton and Cabrera. A lot of times organizations will battle with themselves on whether or not they want to bring young guys up to the big leagues and learn up here if they have big arms. The Tigers have done that in the past with Verlander and Zamaya. Or the other side of it, of course, is you let them develop in the minor leagues. The 0-2 is hammered in the air to right center field. Stanton lining it up. Upton tagging up. Catch is made. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's going to be late. Justin Upton scores. It's an RBI for Nick Castellanos.
Stanton did everything right on this particular fly ball. He got behind it, he timed it, and then he charged it, took a couple of hard steps. But it looked like when he was trying to transfer, he really couldn't grab it. Therefore, he took a couple of extra steps, and that was the difference in Upton scoring his second run of the day. First run, excuse me.
So the Tigers have extended the lead now. It's 5-0 here in the fifth. And here is James McCann.
It's good at bat there by Castellanos.
Tigers have had at least one hit in every inning so far. They have 9 hits in this game.
Well, they better take advantage of this warm weather for the next couple of days down here in South Beach.
That is an excellent point. There's a ball low and away to McCann. We've seen so many times in the past, no matter how good the offense is, when you run into that cold April weather, some of the best offenses can be shut down.
No question about that.
McCann strikeout, fly out, 0 for 2. Chen with the 1-0. Ground ball toward third, backhanded there by Prado. Get the force to retire the side. Tigers get another run. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. Customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. Well, it's been a great start to opening day for the Tigers so far in this one. They have a 5-0 lead over the Marlins here in Miami. And Justin Verlander has backed up a good offensive output tonight. JV will face Martin Prado to start things off.
And Verlander, his pitch count is in outstanding shape as we speak. That was just the 48th pitch he has thrown this evening.
Verlander has allowed 1 walk. That was to Giancarlo Stanton back in the 2nd. The only base runner tonight for the Marlins. Here's the 1-0. Prado fouls it back. 9 straight retired by Verlander.
And Justin looks as good here tonight as he looked down the stretch. Final 12 starts or so. The ERA was right at 2. But it was the life on the fastball. Getting up to 97 the final month of the season.
Sliced back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Prado. Justin Bour and then JT Realmuto to follow. There are the numbers on Verlander, and even 50 now for Justin. Now the 1-2 pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Verlander had his string of 8 consecutive years of 200 or more innings snapped because of the injury last season. Really didn't get going until about 2.5 months into the campaign. Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Really wasn't healthy until then. Started the season on the disabled list with that tricep injury, and then he came back, and then he had to miss a start or 2 with some back ailment. But once he's got rolling, he pitched very good.
Tigers pitcher of the month in both August and September last year. And Prado will take his walk.
A little late joining us. We told you that Justin Verlander has simply been on point here this evening against the Miami Marlins. The fastball is some life, anywhere from 90 to 92. He's gotten some help in left field from Upton. He's also gotten some lazy fly balls, and then he started incorporating the breaking ball and the changeup in innings 2 and 3, and then back to the fastball upstairs. He's pitched a really good game so far, and the Marlins really have not been able to do much against Justin.
Here are the numbers on Verlander: 4+ innings, a couple of walks, 4 strikeouts. The rest are zeros. Justin Bour looks at ball 1. Verlander started the 2nd by walking Stanton. Seemed to be a little bit out of sorts, but then really got things straightened out quickly. Got a fly ball and a couple of strikeouts. They play the shift on again for Bour. Swing and a miss. He has gotten himself some swings and misses tonight.
It's the life on the fastball. It's not 100 miles an hour as Justin was when he was earlier in his career, but the ball appears to have another gear once it gets up into that hitting zone, and we've seen a lot of really good fastball hitters swing right through it.
Fouled away. Bour last year was 3rd among rookies in home runs with 23.
We're going to have to hit that Verlander changeup again. Verlander struck him out with a changeup his first time up today, and he's thrown him a couple of fastballs that Bour's been tardy on. He might just pull the string on him once again. And Verlander looking for his 5th strikeout of the evening.
Popped up. Long run for Iglesias down the 3rd base line. He will not get there. He even catches foul balls with a little bit of flair, doesn't he?
He's a hot dog. And he flipped it back up in the stands.
You know, it's something just to watch him warm up before games with Ian Kinsler. Those two will get together right before the start of the game and just play catch.
He is worth the price of admission.
And Iglesias will flip the ball around, in and out of his glove, through his legs, all kinds of wacky stuff.
And there's really nothing Omar Vizquel can say because he played the game the same way.
Yeah, he did. There's a fly ball in the air to right, not deep. And JD hauls it in. 1 out.
We were talking about Verlander and the fact that he really didn't feel all that good until the final couple of months of the season. But one thing that he did do very well, Mario, is he really used his slider effectively. Take a look at that red area there. 15%, and that's because the fastball life wasn't there all season long. So he really incorporated that slider. He got good throwing that slider, and that should be a pitch that should be really good for him the remainder of his career.
We were talking earlier about how that was really the last pitch to come for Verlander among his top 4. But it was big last year. Real Muto looks at a ball high. JT is 0 for 1, a strikeout in the second. 259 average last year for the fine young catcher for the Marlins. It's funny how guys get to the big leagues or even pro ball. Realmuto in high school was a shortstop. He was also an all-state quarterback, but one day he just got in there and caught a couple of innings for his high school team. The Marlins had a scout that happened to be at that game, and they asked him would he sign if they drafted him as a catcher. He said yes. Here he is.
That kind of explains his athleticism, shortstop and quarterback in high school.
Won a state championship in Oklahoma as a quarterback. One ball and one strike on Real Muto. Chase Prado back. Only 2 walks in this game for the Marlins offense tonight. It's a tip into the glove for strike 2. Verlander has been back tonight by 5 runs on 9 hits, and he has done the rest. Here's the 1-2. In the air toward right, not deep. Martinez again. 2 gone. And now a Danny Echeverria.
I was trying to think of, has there been any type of hard, solid contact against Verlander so far here tonight? I really can't think of any of the hitters that have hit the ball hard. Maybe that Yelich line drive in the first inning, maybe?
That's about it, I think. That was the line drive to left that Upton came on to make the play on. That's about it. So with 2 outs, Echeverria, who bounced out his first time up, stands in. And he'll take a strike, 0-1.
He looks awfully good here tonight. And I know Tigers fans are elated at the fact that their ace is throwing as well here this evening as Justin is throwing.
Only Jack Morris has more opening day starts than Justin Verlander. Number 8 tonight for Justin. Morris had 11 for the Tigers.
I think Jack would be proud of Justin tonight. It's hard to make Jack happy.
Oh, it is. But I'm sure if he's tuning in tonight and watching this one, he's got to be happy for Justin. And again, they'll chase Prado back to first base. He began the inning with a walk. He's still standing there. Marlins have had nothing going on offensively all night long. The 0-1. Sliced foul. Well, kind of imperative for the Tigers to get off to a good start tonight because they've got Jose Fernandez that they'll face tomorrow in game 2 before heading back home.
He's got some well above average stuff. Fastball will get up to triple digits. He's got a real nasty slider.
Tigers will counter with Anibal Sanchez.
And Fernandez has never lost in this ballpark.
Tomorrow night it'll be the first time.
I'm right there with you.
Echeverria stays alive. 0-2 the count. There's Sachi. Began his career, big league career with the Marlins.
They weren't quite sure whether he would be able to take the ball in game 2, but down the stretch in spring training, he missed a pitch in a minor league game. He got his pitch and count up to about 90 in his final start, therefore pitching in the warm weather down here in Miami versus pitching up in Detroit for his first start of the season.
Good take there by Echeverria, who let that slide by. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There was no firm cap on how many pitches that Ausmus would let Verlander go tonight, but he did say that if he got around the 100 mark, that would signal that it's time to at least think about taking him out of the game. Now the 1-2. Lofted in the air to left center field. Upton coming over, and that is that. No runs, a walk, 1 left, and a spectacular night here in South Florida. Baseball Live with MLB.com at bat, and you can stay up to the moment in any moment with Game Day Live, game video, highlights, StatCast, news, and a whole lot more. Download MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablets. Wallside Windows pitching change now. Edwin Jackson, the former Tiger, will check in.
Edwin Jackson still has a very good arm. Fastball will get up to about 95 miles an hour. He's a former starter, so he has the other 3 pitches to go along with the fastball in the mid-90s. That would be the slider, that would be the curveball, and the changeup.
So Jackson takes over for Wei-Yin Chen, who went 5 on opening night here, allowed 9 hits, 5 runs. Jose Iglesias leads it off in the 6th inning for Detroit. Bottom 3 facing Jackson. It'll be Iglesias, Ghost, Verlander. Jose had a single. He was back in the 4th inning, 1 for 2. And Jackson missed it inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Jackson in his career has been an all-star only once, and that was with the Tigers back in '09.
He's worn a lot of big league uniforms too. Last year pitching for the Cubs.
Skied in the air to right center. Giancarlo Stanton calling for it. Iglesias is out, 1 away.
Very few of the Tigers' outs have been made on the ground here tonight in Miami. Most of their outs have come in the air.
Here's Anthony Ghost. Ghost had a single, and he scored a run in his first at bat. He'll slap that one foul. Anthony, in fact, got it going with a 2-out single off the glove of, or the elbow, I should say, of Wei-Yin Chen, and then Verlander singled, and then Kinsler hit the 3-run homer. It broke it open a bit early for the Tigers. It dives low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. This is Jackson's 14th year in the major leagues. I remember thinking, Rod, when he came over to the Tigers in '09, how does a guy with this kind of arm, you know, how has he moved around a lot? And at that time, he had been with the Dodgers, the Rays, and the Tigers.
Yeah, you talked about the fact that he did make an all-star team that year with the Tigers, but he had a wonderful season that year. And he traded away the next year.
Squibbed foul. Here are the career numbers for Jackson. That 1 year with the Tigers back in '09, he threw 214 innings in the Tigers rotation. He's ahead of Ghosts 1-2. Swing and a miss. 2 gone. First strikeout for Jackson tonight. Here's Justin Verlander.
And Verlander with a smile for his former teammate, Jackson. And the way Verlander's pitching tonight, I'd be smiling too.
Healthy hack there to 93-mile-an-hour fastball and a nice smile. And JV's got that look on his face like I may have no chance here. Here's the 0-1. 0-2. Well, he's at least taking his hacks.
Jackson not smiling though.
No. And he just missed outside at 95. He's gone 93, 94, 95. The old number 1. He'll put it in the air to right field, slicing to the line. Stanton is under it, and it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning. Nothing as we go to the bottom of the 6th here in Miami, and April in the D is here, and bobbleheads are back. And this year they're vintage. Make sure you head to Hockeytown Cafe to check out your favorite Lions, Pistons, Red Wings, and Tigers bobbles. April in the D. For a full list of locations of all the bobbleheads, visit www.aprilinthed.com. What's your favorite?
Tigers.
Of course. Justin Verlander, well, he's been awfully good tonight. I mean, awfully good tonight. He's been so good tonight that he's given up only 2 walks, and that's it, if you know what I mean. And JV goes back to work. He'll face a pinch hitter here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's the veteran Ichiro. So he will pinch hit for Jackson. .290 lifetime versus Justin Verlander.
18 for 62. Not many guys walking around with that many at bats that have had that much success against Justin.
Ichiro pops up the first pitch. Foul ground. Let's see if there's room for McCann. He cannot get it. Only Bartolo Colon is an older active player. Bartolo 42 years old and 317 days. Ichiro, then R.A. Dickey, Uehara, and A-Rod on that list.
Ichiro Suzuki came to the United States in 2001 when he was playing for the Seattle Mariners. Rookie of the Year, an All-Star, MVP in his first season stateside.
Right now he is tied with Barry Bonds for 34th all-time in the hit list. Here are the career numbers for Ichiro, but he has 2,935 hits. He'll slap that one foul again. And there was a time, Rod, where you could make an argument that he might have been the best player in the game at one point.
Oh, for sure. First 3 or 4 years of his career when he was playing for Seattle, he was tremendous. Slapping the ball all over the place, stealing bases, Gold Glove, right fielder.
Again, the 0-2. Ichiro checked it.
And for a guy that spent as many years in Japan before coming to the United States, I believe he won 7 batting titles in Japan before coming to the big leagues in 2001. He's a Hall of Fame player. With those numbers, not the numbers he put up in Japan, but the numbers that he's put up in stateside is going to get him a lot of recognition.
He was an all-star his first 10 seasons in the major leagues.
10 Gold Gloves too in those 10 years.
Ooh, JV almost got him looking. Man, it was close.
This pitch that Verlander really started to evolve last year too. It's a backdoor breaking ball. He starts it off the plate, and it nearly catches the outside corner. He'll use his curveball and then also use his slider backdoor fashion against left-handers.
Now the 2-2. Ichiro pops it up. Again, heading back to the seats. D. Gordon waiting on deck, top of the order, and then it's Marcell Ozuna. What an effort tonight here on opening night for Justin Verlander. He has cruised along, leading 5-0. He took that one out of the glove of catcher McCann. This has turned into an eight pitch at bat number 8 coming up. And he missed it high, and all of a sudden he is ahead in the count, 3-2. McCann's giving him the kitchen sink.
And then some.
Well, Verlander just steps off. Let's try this again. Little pop-up. Who's going to take it? Somebody. Verlander will make the play in foul ground. He was looking for someone to bail him out because, as you know, pitchers are not allowed to catch the ball. Or so it seems.
It didn't appear that anybody could get there. And Miguel wasn't going to get there. Verlander looking for some help. He looked at Miggy. He looked at James. And then figured out, you know what? I better catch this. I've got the best chance of catching it. And Justin doing it all tonight.
Well, that at bat resulted in a pop-up, but it's one of the few guys tonight that has made Verlander work.
Well, the career numbers, 290 for Ichiro Suzuki against Justin Verlander in 62 at bats.
Lee Gordon swings and misses. Awkward swing, 0-1.
That's rare. He usually does not miss breaking balls. Last season, Lee Gordon was outstanding at hitting breaking balls.
Line out, ground out. Gordon hit a ball to the first baseman Cabrera right at him in his last at bat, and he almost beat it out. And Mickey got him by no more than half a step.
He almost landed on the disabled list too had he ran into Miguel.
That'd have been ugly. There's a line drive base hit down the right field line. Gordon rounding the bag at first. He's going to go to second. Bobbled in right field by JD, and now Gordon coming to third. And he's in there sliding safely. First hit of the ball game for the Miami Marlins.
That's a ball down in the strike zone that Gordon simply just dropped the barrel of the bat on. The ball got down into the right field corner, misplayed momentarily by JD Martinez, and then the Jets were turned on by Gordon, who can really fly.
It'll be a double E9. As soon as the bobble happened, Gordon just kept going. So here is Marcell Ozuna now. First scoring chance, first legit scoring chance for the Marlins. Ball one. So Verlander goes 5 1/3 no-hit baseball here tonight before the double by Gordon breaks it up. Ozuna strikeout and a pop-up. That's in there right at the knees. 1-1. Verlander with that last fastball in 93. Of course, JV flirted with a no-hitter last year. So look at the ball strike breakdown. Ooh. Awkward there, 1-2.
Nasty curveball thrown by Justin there to Ozuna. Ozuna, very aggressive hitter, good fastball hitter. Verlander threw a beauty up there. A real nice block by James.
Here's the 1-2. Slice to center field. That is going to drop. Base hit. They'll get the run in. It's an RBI single for Marcell Ozuna, and the Marlins have their first run of the new season. 5-1 ball game.
Yeah, one of the few mistakes that Justin has made over the heart of the plate. Fastball up to a dangerous hitter in Ozuna.
Here is Christian Yelich. Yelich is 0 for 2 in the air twice to left field in this game, and there's ball one. Justin now at 83 in the pitch count category. There is activity in the Detroit bullpen now as the pitch count begins to elevate for Verlander. Swing and a miss. What do we have? We've got Verhagen is the right-hander and Kyle Ryan is the left-hander.
Kyle Ryan had a tremendous spring down here in the Grapefruit League, and of course Verhagen, he burst on the scene last year, pitched out of the bullpen, and was very effective.
Tigers still without Blaine Hardy and Alex Wilson, a couple of their key performers last year. They started the season on the DL. But up until now, Verlander has needed no help at all. He has been cruising. It's 5-1 right now with one out. Strike call. Yelich last season hit .342 after the All-Star break, and that got him up to the .300 mark for the season. Former first-round pick. There you go, .342 compared to .262 in the first half. Or .264 rather. Swing and a miss. So Yelich is down. Time for a game break with Mickey York. All right, Mick, thanks. Here it is. Giancarlo Stanton now with 2 outs, 5-1 in favor of the Tigers. Stanton walking a ground out.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you make quality pitches to Stanton. You keep him in the ballpark.
Yeah, you don't want him to go deep, and all of a sudden it's a ball game. Stanton last year hit 27 home runs. Here's the 0-1 from Verlander. You know, it's amazing to me, Rod, the injury that he suffered a couple of years ago when he was hit in the face. And, you know, sometimes you wonder if that's going to have an effect, especially on a young player like Stanton, but it has not affected him one bit.
Yeah, it looked like in spring training last year, he was a little gun shy, but once he got through spring training, and I think he got hit early in spring training as well on some part of his body, but he got hit, kind of got that out of the way, and he just kind of really was having a good year until the hamate bone injury.
There's a drive deep in the air to left field, way back, track, wall, and way gone. Giancarlo Stanton with a long 2-run shot, and it's 5-3. And the Marlins have come alive here in the 6th.
Verlander threw a breaking ball to a dangerous breaking ball hitter that was sitting on a tee for him, and Stanton simply went down to get it and got underneath it. And of course, we've talked about the fact that he might have the best power in the big leagues.
That thing was a towering shot to left field, and the complexion of this game has changed dramatically. Here's Martin Prado.
You can see how this Miami Marlins team just feeds off their leadoff hitter, D. Gordon. Gordon with that double, and then getting the third on the air by J.D. Martinez, and it just seems like everybody's had good at-bats after that.
Here's the 1-0 to Prado. 2 balls, no strikes. Yeah, the double by Gordon, the single by Osuna scored him, and then 1 out later, the 2-run bomb by Stanton. And all of a sudden, a 5-0 lead has shrunk to 5-3 for the Tigers. And now it's 2-0 on Martin Prado. Wow. 105 miles an hour the hit speed. They'll get back out of play. When you talk about hard hit balls, it's usually off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, average hit speed off his bat last year, and no one better in the big leagues, and nearly 98 miles per hour. Miguel Sano, very talented young player of the Twins. Conforto on that list along with Miggy and Bautista.
And again, we've talked about how it seems like the longest home runs are hit off breaking pitches, which again was the case there.
I talked about the fact that Gordon is the energizer of this offense and got it going in this particular inning, but not to be lost was that at bat that Ichiro Suzuki had against Justin Verlander. He made him throw a lot of pitches, made him really work to lead off this inning.
And JV had gotten ahead of him 0-2. He fought that one off foul. So all of a sudden now Verlander is zeroing in on 100. He's at 95 pitches.
More than likely this will be Verlander's final inning.
Two and two on Prado. 2 outs, 3 runs in. To the corner in right field, but headed back to the seats. This is a ballpark that certainly cannot hold Giancarlo Stanton, but they did move in the fences this year, Rod, to make it a little bit more hitter friendly.
Yeah, that was for the other players on the team.
It's not for this guy. There you go. The center field wall came in about 11 feet.
It was 418 straight away center field last year.
I like that. That was for the other guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Not for Stanton.
Stanton needed no help. Another quality at bat for Martin Prado. This guy will give you a quality at bat. That's the reason why he's the one that's batting behind Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, Prado had a walk in the 5th inning. He's 0 for 1. In the 3-2. Ground ball to short. Right at Iglesias. That'll end the inning. Big inning though. 2-run homer by Giancarlo Stanton highlights a 3-run inning. As we go to the top of the 7th inning, time for a wall-side windows pitching change. Miami's gone to the bullpen, and it's Dustin McGowan.
In only 14 games last year for the fighting Phillies, McGowan 1-2 with a 6.94 earned run average, 21 strikeouts, 20 base on balls. He's always been a guy that's had a really good arm.
Here is Ian Kinsler to start things off, and it's the Magic Moonshot presented by Magic Window.
And Chen had a difficult time with trying to bury that fastball inside to Ian Kinsler, and Kinsler hit the first home run of the year for the Tigers.
Top of the order, Kinsler, Upton, Cabrera. Tigers trying to rebuild their lead against the former Blue Jay and Philly, Dustin McGowan. And it's in for strike 1 on Ian, who did not like that call from Joe West.
And McGowan's always had a good arm. 94, 95 with his fastball, also a slider and a changeup.
McGowan, 34 years of age, broke into the big leagues in 05 with Toronto. He's been injured a lot though in 09, 2010, and 2012 as well. Injuries have plagued him. Missed it outside.
Ian Kinsler should get a really good fastball to hit here from McGowan. And Ian's still an outstanding fastball hitter. Doesn't usually miss them.
Drilled to left, but foul.
It's a nice job there by McGowan. He threw Ian Kinsler a breaking ball there, 2-1. And because it was a breaking ball, even though Ian had a decent swing at it, he was out in front of it, caught it out in front of the plate. Therefore, that ball, that line drive was foul.
They'll get that ball boy down the left field line an A for effort, but that thing ate him up.
It's our first ball boy reference of the spring.
It's a tough job. The 2-2. Drilled to center field. That'll be routine for Ozuna. 1 up, 1 away in the Tigers' 7. Now Justin Upton. Good to see Justin get off to a nice start. Always want to get off to a positive start with the new ball club.
Yeah, there were some people that were a little concerned at the fact that he wasn't really performing all that well during the course of spring training, but you never get in the way of a track record with a guy like Upton, a guy that's had so many at-bats in the big leagues and has done so much damage, he's made all-star teams. You don't really worry about the spring numbers.
Strike 1. Justin's brother Melvin, also a big leaguer, was able to play with him in the National League.
Formerly known as BJ
Upton.
Boss Man Jr.
Melvin is given name, so he's gone to Melvin. Sound like a broken bat, little pop-up right to the second baseman. 2 gone. Well, if you want to get to know Justin Upton, here are some particulars on the newest Tiger.
First overall pick in the country in 2005. He's made a few all-star teams, couple of silver slugger bats. How about that? 2011, he was 4th in the MVP ballot.
Yeah. Really good player, and the Tigers certainly happy to have him. Here is Miguel Cabrera. Ball 1. Boy, 96 there from McGowan.
Well, Miggy always brings the best out in the opposing pitchers. Every fastball he had thrown in this inning was right around 92, 93 until Miguel steps up there.
1 ball, 1 strike. Well, we're going to see the back end of the Tigers bullpen here on the first day of the season. The lefty Justin Wilson is warming up to pitch the 7th.
And if it goes as planned, it'll be Wilson, it'll be Lowe, and it'll be Rodriguez to finish it off.
That's the blueprint, at least. Ground ball to short. Echeverria gobbles it up. And McGowan has a 1-2-3 inning stretch time here in Miami. Tigers by 2. 2-0 lead. The Marlins have cut into that 5-3 now as we go to the bottom of the 7th here in Marlins Park. And Justin Upton has had a pretty good debut, Rod, as a Detroit Tiger.
Well, let's take a look at the Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. He got off to a real nice start. He doubled in his first time up, and then he made a couple real nice plays in left field. Took a line drive away from Yelich, and then he came in and made a shoestring, well, not shoestring, but a basket catch on the ball that was popped up in left field. So he's had a positive day. He scored a run. He's been flawless in the field.
Yeah, single double, a run scored, and some nice defense out in left field for Justin Upton. And so the Tigers get 6 innings out of Verlander, and as we go to the 7th, they will go to the bullpen. Justin Wilson is the new pitcher.
Wilson had a nice year last year. In 74 games for the Yankees, 29 holds with an ERA just a shade over 3. Throws lots of ground balls. In one area where he was really good in last year, that was stranding the inherited runners that would be on base when he came into the game. There were very few in baseball that were better last year than Justin in that regard.
So Wilson will pitch the 7th.
Did we decide on a nickname for him? Because we got 3 Justins on the team now. We got Justin Upton, we've got Justin Wilson, and Justin Verlander. Was it a nickname that was stuck on this Justin?
Not that I know of.
All right,
we call him J-Dub. We got J-Up, JV, and J-Dub.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there. It's not set in stone. Well, look, here's another Justin coming up, Justin Bour. We'll call him J-Bo. So Bour starts it off here in the 7th against Justin Wilson. Having trouble keeping track of all these Justins. Lefty-lefty matchup. And Bour looks at strike 1.
And Justin must have been a popular name in those days. So all these guys about the same age.
That's right. Here's the shift that they have against the slugging left-hander Bour. Off the end of the bat foul. That'll skitter back toward the dugout.
A little bit of a scouting report on Justin Wilson. He's got a fastball that gets all the way up to 95 miles an hour. He throws it 80% of the time. He'll also cut the fastball, and he throws a curveball. No sliders, no changeups. For the most part, it's hard stuff.
Well, for me, and I don't know if you agree with this, but for me, the number that you gave here a couple of minutes ago is the most important one for guys like Wilson. The inherited runners and how many score, and only 16% scored for or against Wilson last year. I think that's critical.
No question.
And there's a base hit to beat the shift. He went the other way down the left field line. So Bour is on with a leadoff single.
It's a nice job by Bour. And Wilson throwing 95 miles an hour. He did not try to pull that ball. He simply let it travel in the strike zone, and he created the bat angle, which would allow him to hit that ball sharply the opposite way. And for those of you that are trying to understand why the Tigers would shift and then throw a fastball outside, well, the reason for that is even if you do shift on a player like Bour, his data will still tell you if you pitch him away, he's going to try to pull that ball. That's why so many guys do that in that particular situation.
Here's Real Muto. The Marlins did not have a hit for the first 5 innings of this game, and now in the last 2 innings they have 4.
Yeah, it's taken a while for the bats to wake up, but they've gained some confidence here in the last half inning. He could hit.
Ooh, Don Mattingly?
Oh, he could hit. Had a great glove. Donnie Baseball, they called him.
Over 2,100 hits in his major league career, which spanned 14 seasons.
He had some back injuries that kind of slowed him down in his latter days as a Yankee man, but he was a tremendous player.
There you have it, a .307 career batting average.
3 division title wins as a manager for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and found himself looking for another gig.
Yeah, how about that? Fouled back out of play. Leadoff single here in the 7th inning. Each ball club with a homer tonight. Kinsler has gone deep for the Tigers. Stanton for the Marlins. But Johnson has picked up the bat now. As the Tigers face the bottom of the lineup, and down he goes. Wilson gets a strikeout.
And power fastball at 94. Able to get that ball in the inside corner. Tremendous location.
Here's Echeverria. Bang that one off his foot. Echeverria tonight is 0 for 2. Ground ball and a fly ball. An outstanding defender at short for the Marlins. He missed about a month last year with a hamstring problem. Had a really good spring for them. Hit over 350. In fact, 383 was his spring average this year. Wilson's 0-1. Phelps now warming up in the bullpen for the Marlins. They've already used Jackson and McGowan. Wei-Yin Chen started for the Marlins. This is where Echeverria excelled last year against left-handed pitching. 352 last season. But he finds himself in a 1-2 hole now. And there is Chris Johnson waiting on deck. He'll pinch hit for the pitcher spot.
And Wilson not afraid to go inside with that fastball in the mid-90s. If he elevates it, he might get himself another strikeout. That's what they're going to do.
And a strike called. Echeverria is out of there. He didn't like it.
Didn't get it up as high as McCann wanted it, but the velocity firm at 94 on the inner third of the black of home plate, and just a really nice job of gathering that baseball and holding the glove right there for Joe West to make that call by James McCann.
That's why Echeverria was beefing a little bit. He thought it was a little bit inside. And so now Johnson will pinch hit with 2 outs.
Very encouraging to see of Wilson, and the fact that he can come into a game and miss some bats very late out of that Tigers bullpen.
Absolutely.
Last couple of years, Tigers really just didn't have those guys that would miss bats coming out of their bullpen, especially late in the game.
Johnson rolls it foul, third base side.
Lenny Harris, the third base coach down there for the Miami Marlins, had to scamper out of the way.
See, this is not good. That got away from the ball boy there.
He's scuffling down there today.
First game.
Everybody got a few jitters on the first day. I had a few today. How about you?
I did. I certainly did. I mean, as you said it on the pregame show, if you don't have jitters on opening day,
yeah, you might as well pack it up and take it to the house.
No doubt. I'll tell you what, a lot of guys that face that guy right there, Barry Bonds, had some jitters.
Yeah, he was tremendous, man. They can say whatever they want to say about all the stuff, but man, was he gifted.
Outside.
There are a lot of people that believe that this Marlins offense, this young offense, will be very good under Barry Bonds, who has never really coached anywhere.
Here's the 2-1. Well, there have been some really good major league hitters that have tried being hitting coaches. George Brett recently with the Royals. Jeff Bagwell did it for a while, and I think those guys figured out it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and that's what Don Mattingly said. He said he knew Barry could handle being a hitting coach, but he wanted to make sure Barry knew what he was getting into as we look at his numbers. He wanted to make sure that Barry knew that these guys get to the ballpark at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They take more swings than you've ever seen before, and he wanted to make sure he was up for that challenge.
Kinsler handles the ground ball off the bat of Johnson, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, one left. Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. On Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com to see why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows, we can do that. We are the factory. Opening night here in Miami. The Tigers currently have a 5-3 lead. Our Comerica Bank game summary. Justin Verlander took a no-hitter into the 6th inning before it was broken up. Kinsler, 3-run homer tonight, and Giancarlo Stanton, a 2-run shot as well for the Marlins. And we have a new pitcher now for the Marlins. Phelps, the right-hander, will come in.
In 23 games last year for Phelps, compiled a 4-8 record with a 4.50 ERA. He still has a decent arm, 77 strikeouts against 33 base on balls at 33 walks. That's quite high.
Third reliever used tonight by Miami. There's ball 1 low to J.D. Martinez.
Fastball anywhere from 88 to 90 for Phelps. Also has a cutter about 87. He has a curveball and also a changeup. Part of his 4-pitch mix.
J.D. skies this one to right. It is playable for an out, 1 gone. It'll bring up Castellanos. Knocked in his first run of the season back in the 5th inning with a sacrifice fly. It turned out to be a big run. It extended the Tigers' lead at that point to 5-0. First one is in there right at the belt. 0-1. That'll bounce in. Phelps began his major league career with the Yankees a couple of years ago. Spent 3 seasons in the Bronx. Last year with Miami was 4-8. He'll get back out of play.
Yeah, good breaking ball there thrown by Phelps at 87 miles an hour. Slider variety. Had some nice tilt to it.
Phelps came over along with Martin Prado in that deal that involved Nathan Eovaldi. Boy, Eovaldi's got a big arm, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's turned into a pretty good starter. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach of the New York Yankees, has finally gotten Eovaldi to live up to all that talent he's always had.
Into right field again for Stanton. 2 fly balls to right, 2 outs. Now James McCann.
We're talking about how busy Justin Upton has been in left field for us tonight. Stanton, their right fielder, he's been busy all night himself.
Mark Lowe, the 8th inning piece, warming up now for the Tigers. Ball 1. It seems like Stanton's caught at least one ball in every inning.
He's got about 5-6 putouts out there today.
And of course, a big home run. It sails outside, fastball away, 2-0 the count.
These are the counts that you live for. 2 balls, no strikes. If you're McCann, you're looking for 1 fastball in 1 area.
On the outer edge.
It's a good pitch by Phelps.
That time on the inside corner, and McCann with a crooked look for Joe West.
Yeah, Country Joe West has had no problem in putting up that right hand with some of the fastballs inside tonight.
I think Country Joe's going to be hanging out in South Beach tonight.
Pretty good bet.
Peddling some ZDs. Peddling this inside to bring it to.
Not his first rodeo. He's right over on South Beach. Had to get in early, though. We got an early start tomorrow.
No, that's right. Full count now on James McCann.
4:55 start, right?
Right, it is. Swing and a foul tip into the glove. Or strike 3. Tigers go 1-2-3. Here comes the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Marlins Park in Miami. Let's check in with John Keating now. A little bit more on tomorrow night's starter. Keats.
Mario, Anibal Sanchez used to be a Marlin. He said he was walking around the new ballpark here and noticed that there was a picture celebrating his September 2006 no-hitter against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was back at the old ballpark. Sanchez lives only about 5 minutes away from here, so it's special for him to be here facing the Marlins tomorrow afternoon. And what a matchup it'll be. Jose Fernandez for Miami against Sanchez and the Tigers. 4 o'clock pregame on Fox Sports Detroit.
All right, John, thanks. We'll be here. We hope that you'll be here. And the Tigers hopefully can hang on to this one and go for the sweep tomorrow evening. There's a new pitcher now for the Tigers. As we mentioned before, Lowe will take over now in the 8th inning.
Lowe had a great year last year in a couple of stops. One in Seattle, also in Toronto. He pitched in the postseason in 57 games, 17 holds, sub-2 ERA. Big arm, fastball, gets into the mid-90s, and a legitimate, and I mean legitimate, swing and miss slider.
Well, he's dealing here with the top of the Miami lineup. It'll be D. Gordon, Marcell Ozuna, and then Christian Yelich.
Very few guys that pitched the 8th inning last year in baseball were better than Mark Lowe the entire season.
Now the 0-2. Fly ball, right field, hit well. This looks like it might be some trouble, and it's going to drop and go to the wall. Extra bases. Gordon is on his way to third. He's got himself a stand-up triple.
Told you he is the guy that energizes that offense, and that is not a good pitch by Mark Lowe. He got ahead of D. Gordon, no balls and 2 strikes, and threw him a fastball that was down the middle that was elevated, that D put a real good short swing on, and J.D. Martinez nor Ghost could run it down.
Gordon actually stopped and celebrated before he got to third. Trying to get his teammates fired up.
He can fly, man. Look at him go.
That is his second extra base hit of the night. A triple to go with his double.
Exciting player.
Here's Marcell Ozuna. Refresh my memory again why the Dodgers let him go. I just don't get that.
They did not like his on-base percentage. They felt like his on-base percentage was way too low for a guy that batted up in the top of the batting order, and therefore traded him to the Marlins.
There's a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And the Marlins are happy to have him.
Well, I guess D, all he has to do is ask the current manager, Don Mattingly, who was the skipper in LA at that time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Marcell Ozuna. Swing and a miss.
There's that slide piece. At 86 miles an hour. It looks like a fastball coming out of his hand, and stays on the fastball plane all the way until it gets about right there, and then the bottom just falls out of it.
I think it's wicked. And he got him, strike 3. Country Joe gives him the heave-ho. Osuna's out of there, 1 out.
Nothing like having those guys in the back end of your bullpen that can miss some bats and get a strikeout when they really need one. And we saw Justin Wilson do that in the 7th, and we've seen Lowe do it here in the 8th.
Verlander 5 strikeouts, Wilson 2, and now Lowe 1. Here's Yelich. Yelich is hitless tonight. He's 0 for 3. Strikeout, flyout, lineout. Marlins did not have a hit against Verlander until they scored 3 in the 6th. And they have 5 total hits now. The Tigers have been stuck on 9 hits. Here's the 1-1. Drilled to center field on a line. Ghost will handle it. It's going to be deep enough to score the run. Sacrifice fly and an RBI for Yelich, and now 5-4. First RBI of the year for Yelich. Gordon comes around to score. One-run ball game now. Bases are empty here in the 8th. Here is Giancarlo Stanton. This is the first meeting ever in a regular season game between these two. Stanton hit a 2-run homer off Verlander in the 6th. A healthy rip there. 0-1. Stanton has been on base twice, a walk and a homer.
Tigers led 5-0. It's now 5-4. In there, a strike call, 0-2.
You can see the power, and for the most part, for Stanton is from center field to left field. There is some power to right field, but not nearly as much in the other direction. That's why McCann is on the outer third of home plate.
Did he go? Yes, he did.
Ooh, I see you, Low.
Joe West brings him up. Low with his second strikeout. In favor of the Tigers as we go to the top of the ninth.
And here's our 1-800 call, Sam, call of the game. And we're going to give it to Brad, bringing in Justin Wilson in the 7th. That's what they got him for. A couple of strikeouts and a harmless ground ball in the inning that he pitched. And then just to make things a little bit easier this year for the Tigers, how about this pitch by pitch where you have Lowe going after one of your more dangerous hitters in all of baseball. First ever meeting. He gets ahead. He stays away. He does not make any mistakes. First pitch slider, second pitch fastball, goes outside and gets the breaking ball and gets the strikeout. Nice job by Lowe.
So the Tigers now will try and rebuild the lead as we go to the ninth inning. They are ahead by 1. Iglesias will lead it off for the Tigers. He moves away from a ball inside, 1 ball and no strikes, and a new pitcher now. Brian Morris has come on for Miami.
And Don Mattingly getting his bullpen some work on the very first evening of the regular season.
Missed it low. 2-0 on Iglesias. Bottom 3 for the Tigers here in the ninth.
And Tigers need to somehow try to score another run here in this inning to make it a little easier for their new closer Rodriguez to finish this thing off this evening.
The Marlins pitchers have retired 12 in a row as you look at Frankie Rodriguez.
Baseball's active saves leader, Frankie Rodriguez.
The 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tigers have not scored since the 5th. Now the 2-2. Slice towards second and caught on a backhand by Gordon.
One away here in the 9th inning, and this week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. There's Anthony Gose. Looks like Victor Martinez has picked up a bat and has sauntered to the on-deck circle, so he will be able to get in this game. Here's Victor. Nubbed foul down the third base line. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And 2 of the first 4 series the Tigers played this year, actually 2 of the first 3 series are against National League opponents. So more than likely Victor Martinez will not play. Well, he will at home, but when they go to Pittsburgh, he probably will not play first base.
Yeah, and that's what Brad said before the game. He was asked, is there a possibility he could play in Pittsburgh? And Brad said, no, we want him to get way past this hamstring issue before we even entertain that.
And that is probably the wisest decision that Brad and his staff could make regarding Victor Martinez.
I think so. You know, the weather's not going to be all that warm. Hamstrings can be fickle. The 2-1. Drilled deep in the air to right field. That ball is hammered way back, and that ball's going to go.
Oh, Anthony.
Man!
Gose.
Anthony Gose with a monster home run to right field, and the Tigers get an insurance run.
Did you see how far that thing went?
It was in the upper tank, wasn't it?
It sure was. That's that big insurance run.
He crushed that.
Oh, he tomahawked that fastball up at the top of the zone. He killed it. Oh, he kicked that leg up, and then he got it down, and then he just drilled that ball. That may be the furthest ball I think I've seen Gose hit in the last couple of years.
Can't remember one farther.
Huge run.
2-run game now. Tigers lead 6-4. Here's Victor Martinez. It's a 2-hit game for Gose. Victor with a big swing, 0-1. Numbers last year for Martinez, 245, a career low. On the heels of finishing second in the MVP voting after the 2014 season. Of course, the knee injury, the main reason why Martinez never really got it going last year. I mean, he gave it the old college try coming out of spring camp last year.
And the one thing that Brad knew last year, there were many days where Victor was able to talk his way into the starting lineup, and I don't think Brad's going to let him do that this year, and at least he didn't let him do it in spring training. He made sure Victor was healthy before he put him in a game.
Made him move his feet inside and low. 2-1.
And Victor Martinez, veteran hitter. He's been in the big leagues a long time. And one of the reasons why he's been such a great hitter is in these particular counts, 2-1 predictable fastball counts. He will turn on a fastball if you throw it inside, and usually hits it really hard somewhere toward right field.
Towards center field, ball hit well. And that ball is over the wall and gone. It's a home run for Martinez. A line drive homer to left center field. The Tigers have gone back to back.
That is a great sign because he struggled so much from the left side last year because of the left knee. That is a telltale sign that Victor Martinez is healthy.
That thing just shot out of here.
It's a third home run of the evening by the Tigers. Gose, Martinez, and Kinsler. What a great swing. 2-1 on that fastball.
Seven to 4. The Tigers lead by 3 now, and here is Ian Kinsler.
Marlins pitching had retired 13 straight, and then homers by Gose and Victor Martinez. Got to feel awfully good for the veteran Victor. Kinsler has a home run of his own, and that was an early shot, a 3-run shot on the second, which got the Tigers off and running.
Ian Kinsler picking up right where he left off last year, where he nearly had 200 hits and nearly hit 300.
1-1. Chopper to the shortstop. Echeverria throws it high and safe. At first base is Kinsler.
Let's take a look at the big boy's big play of the game. And it wasn't Justin Verlander's arm, but it was his bat. With 2 outs, a base hit off Chen up the middle. Gose was able to get to third base on that base hit, and that set the stage for Ian Kinsler. Ian Kinsler homered, and that got the Tigers off and rolling here this evening.
Well, that was a routine play there for Echeverria, and he just let it sail.
That's a second error of the evening for him.
So here is Upton now. Is that a fine debut for the Tigers? Don Mattingly coming out. Nope.
It's Juan Nieves.
Yeah, that's Nieves. That is not Mattingly. So this will just be a visit for Nieves. Well, the Tigers breaking out the home run bats here in the 9th inning. Good to see, because the Marlins had all of the momentum.
Well, Tigers hit a ton of home runs in spring training. I mean, there was a good part of the spring where they were leading the entire grapefruit in home runs. Everybody was hitting them too. And that is carried over into the regular season.
Anthony Gose is still smiling about that upper deck shot. Well, we'll ask him tomorrow, but that's got to be one of the farthest home runs that he's hit.
It's one of the things that they said about Gose when he was acquired from the Blue Jays. He's got surprising power.
So here is Upton. Well, Frankie Rodriguez no longer throwing. Drew Verhagen is back up in the Tiger bullpen. This would still be a save situation, a 3-run game here if it stays 7-4. Tried to hold up, but Upton went around. 1 ball and 1 strike. Prado, Bohr, and Real Muto. The hitters do up when we get to the bottom of the 9th, but it's much more comfy right now, a 3-run spread. In 2004 is the last time that Victor has had a pinch hit home run. That's because it's in the lineup every day. Snap throw when the runner back. It's been a while since Martinez has gone deep in a pinch hitting role, but it's a big one here tonight. Upton, meanwhile, trying to put together a 3-hit game. Ground ball to third. High hop there for Prado. The second one. And there's the double play. Swinging around the horn. Tigers add 2 insurance runs.
We go to the bottom of the ninth inning, 7-4 in favor of the Tigers. Two big homers in the top of the ninth inning, extending the Tigers lead. And here is the upcoming pitching matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. Tomorrow it's Jose Fernandez and Anibal Sanchez.
To be a good one. And Fernandez obviously very talented. Mid-90s fastball, had a really good year last year, 2.92 ERA after coming off Tommy John surgery. And we know what Anibal Sanchez can do when he's healthy.
Meanwhile, it'll be Frankie Rodriguez coming on here to record the save or attempt to. And here are the career saves leaders among actives.
When he first came to the big league, Rodriguez got it done with an overpowering fastball in the mid-90s. He no longer has that fastball, but man, does he have an outstanding changeup to go along with the fastball, anywhere from 88 to 89 miles an hour.
Martin Prado leads it off. Frankie career is about 10.5 strikeouts per 9. Here's the 0-1. Left that one up, and it's looped into right field, a base hit. Prado aboard with the leadoff single, his first hit tonight. Nick Castellanos is out of the ball game. Andrew Romine has come on to play third base. And now he's going to shift, so he'll move over to the right side of the infield with Justin Bour coming up. Bour is 1 for 3, had a single to lead things off in the 7th, but then Justin Wilson slammed the door with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Grounded foul, 0-1. Bour has seen Frankie Rodriguez just once in his career. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout against him. Rodriguez has 40 or more saves 5 times in his career. Swing and a miss.
There's that changeup. He left the one up to Prado, who singled into center field, but this is the dandy. He pulled the string here.
The 0-2.
Here's what the opponents did against the Rodriguez changeup last year. Well, they weren't very good. The batting average was under 100, and just about every positive statistic, and there he was with the changeup. 41%. 41% GB rate. That would be ground ball rate. So he's very effective with that pitch, and he's thrown 3 in a row here to Bour.
This, of course, was one of the first things that Al Avila did in the offseason, finding that guy to close out games at the back end of the pen. It's been a position the Tigers really have struggled with at times. Well, a lot, to be honest with you, the last 5-6 years.
Here comes another changeup.
And he hooks this one to right field, but straight at J.D. Martinez. 1 out. Here is the catcher now, J.T. Realmuto. He has punched out a couple of times tonight. 0 for 3. He's also flied out. Ball 1. Tigers led 5-0. Marlins got it to within 5-4 before the Tigers hit 2 homers in the ninth. Chopper, high hop over the head of the third baseman Romine into left field. And that'll leave runners at second and third as Realmuto doubles over the head of the third baseman Romine. So the Marlins not going away.
A high chopper right in front of the plate. Nothing, absolutely nothing Romine could do.
So here is Echeverria, who is also 0 for 3. He is 2 for 4 career against Frankie Rodriguez. Driven toward left field. Upton going back, still going back, and he'll reach up against the wall and left and make the catch. A run will score, but Justin Upton saved a double there with a nice running play.
I was talking to Dave Clark, who handles the outfielders here for the Tigers, and we were speaking of Upton before the game today, and he said he is a better defender than most people give him credit for. That is just a tremendous play. Ball hit on the line. He runs back to it. As soon as he gets to the warning track, he knows how many more steps he can take, jumps, and makes an outstanding grab. That could have been ugly.
Oh, that could have been huge. Echeverria will get an RBI, 7-5. Derek Dietrich will pinch hit now with 2 outs. .256 last year, has power, 10 homers. 1 on, 2 out. Ball 1. Boy, that last one just, man, it made your heart skip a beat off the bat. It looked like it might be over the head of the left fielder Upton. Justin able to run it down. And now Frankie Rodriguez 1 out away from shutting this one down. Here's the 1-0. One ball, 1 strike on Derek Dietrich. He had a rough spring. He was 3 for 34 this spring. Ouch. That's 088. Checked it. Strike called by Joe West. One and 2. Marlins down to the final strike. Drill to left center field, going to get down, and this one is going to go all the way to the warning track. 1 run will score. Dietrich is on his way to second with a pinch hit. RBI double, and it's 7-6. And the tying run is standing at second base.
That's a fastball down at the bottom of the strike zone. We've seen a couple of these left-handers go down and hit really good pitches. That's the reason for Rodriguez to maybe change it up a little bit. Not so many change-ups. They're looking for the change-up, and they're getting them. That was not a bad pitch to Dietrich.
Well, it's a 1-run game again. And now you got D. Gordon coming up. And the crowd is into this one here in the 9th inning with a tying run at second base.
Yeah, no one had more hits than Gordon did last year in baseball. He's got a couple tonight.
Drill down the right field line. That ball is going to get down, and it's going to tie this ball game. Gordon is on his way to second. He has a double, and it's 7-7. Third extra base hit of the night for D. Gordon. And Frankie Rodriguez in his Tigers debut is not able to shut down a 3-run lead. night for Gordon. 2 doubles and a triple.
And that ball right down the middle, sitting on a tee for the youngster Gordon, who got out in front of it and hit it right past J.D. Martinez.
Jose Fernandez fired up, so is Gordon.
Yes, they are.
Now the Marlins can win it with a base hit. Osuna stands in. Ball 1. Seven runs on 11 hits for the Tigers. The Marlins 7 runs, 9 hits. They put together a 3-run night.
If you're Ozuna, you know you're going to get a really good pitch to hit here. You know he does not want to pitch around you to get to the left-hander Yelich.
Pickoff throw. Kinsler applied the tag. Well, that's dangerous this point in the game. 2-0 on Marcell Ozuna. Osuna out front, 2 balls, 1 strike.
And he might want to go to a fastball here. There's no doubt in my mind that Ozuna is looking for a changeup, and should he throw the changeup, whether it's a good one or not, Ozuna's going to put it in play. Fastball, get your strikeout, get us the extra inning.
Popped him up. Left side of the infield. Romine to the grass, and this one will go extra innings tonight. Marlins tied up. We go to the 10th. Inning, and it's now Tigers 7, Marlins 7.
Well, just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, and it is brought to you by Miller Lite. Ghost and also Victor Martinez did their best in trying to give their new closer, Frankie Rodriguez, enough breathing room for him to cruise with his first save of the year, but the Miami Marlins Bats had other plans. They tied the game up in the bottom half of the ninth.
So the Tigers now going to have to win this thing in extra innings. And back to the bullpen go the Marlins. It's A.J. Ramos.
32 saves last year for Ramos and 38 chances, an ERA of 2.30. Pitched in 71 games.
Ramos missed the first 3 weeks of spring training with a calf problem. And the Tigers will send the big bats up there. It's going to be Miguel Cabrera to lead things off.
And Ramos has got a fastball, 92 to 93. Also a slider, cutter, curveball, and a changeup. Very rare that you'll see a closer with that many pitches, but Ramos has that many.
Took over the closer role on May 13th against the Dodgers last year. That one sails inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, Ramos has got some nice life on that 2-seam fastball. And to his arm side, that one really ran in on Miguel.
Iggy swings and misses.
Man, you feel bad for Frankie Rodriguez. I mean, first opportunity as a closer with his new team, especially a role where the Tigers have struggled mightily the last few years. Be nice for them to come back and get a win for him.
Here's the 1-2. Ground ball to short. Echeverria is there. 1 out.
That's the third 6-3 and ground ball Mickey's hit today.
Here is J.D. Martinez. '71 games last year for Ramos, a career high, as were the 32 saves. See if J.D. can untie this game. He did not go on that check swing. Martinez has hit a couple of balls deep in this game, 1 to center, 1 to right. He also has a double. 2-0. Here is Verhagen again throwing in the Detroit bullpen.
Ramos, yeah, he's basically pitching around Martinez with Romine in the on deck circle. He hit, he came on as a defensive replacement for Castellanos. And then you've got McCann following him, so they're not going to mess around with JD.
And they walk him on 4. Go ahead run is on with 1 out. First at bat for Romine. Came on for his glove in the top of the 9th inning. Romine last year .255. Ball 1.
And Tigers left spring training with a couple of backup infielders on their 25-man roster. Romine would be one, and Aviles would be the other.
Romine last year got a lot of playing time late when Iglesias went down with the injury.
And performed very well.
That's in there for a strike, 1-1. Of course, Andrew can play multiple positions. He played first, second, third, and short last year.
He can also spell you in the outfield in a pinch.
Seven game. We're in the 10th inning. The Tigers at one point had a 5-0 lead, and then 7-4. And the Marlins here on opening night have come back twice.
And led by D. Gordon, their very talented second baseman, who won a batting title last year, made an all-star team. 3 extra base hits tonight for Gordon.
And a total of 20 hits between the two clubs. Romine swings and misses.
Good changeup there thrown by Ramos.
Ramos, a native of Lubbock, Texas. Here's the 1-2. Crowd wanted it. Ramos wanted it.
John Mattingly won it. 2-2. Ripped foul to right field. McCann waiting on deck. JD Martinez with a 1-out walk. And now 3-2 on Romine. Boy, the crowd getting angry now.
And decision time here for Ausmus. And 3-2 with 1 out. Does he start JD Martinez from first base?
We'll see if he has confidence enough to see if Romine will put the ball in play. Runner holds. And he lost him. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks. 2 on, 1 out.
It's a good at bat there by Andrew. And here's where, if you're JD Martinez and also Andrew Romine, you just have to anticipate that there might possibly be a ball that Ramos throws up there that will bounce. And if he does bounce one, you have to be anticipating that, which would allow you to get over 90 feet. It would get JD to third, and obviously Andrew Romine down to second base. And the reason I say that is Ramos has thrown a lot of breaking balls here in the 10th inning and a lot of off-speed pitches. He is bound to bounce one sooner or later.
So here's McCann. And that's in for a strike. 0-1.
Yelich, the left fielder, is playing awfully shallow. I mean, really shallow.
McCann is 0 for 4 in this game. Couple of strikeouts. Big at bat here in the 10th. And he drives this one in the air to right field. Stanton is under it. 2 gone.
Surprised that Martinez did not tag up there on that particular play.
Yeah, I think he moves up, don't you?
Well, Stanton has an average arm from the outfield, but he was running toward the right field line, and it would have been very difficult for him to stop, turn the body, redirect it, and then throw JD out at third base. You can score a lot easier from third base than you can from second base. You don't necessarily need a hit to score you from third base.
So here is Iglesias now with 2 away. Ball 1 to Jose. Single and 4 at bats tonight for the Tigers shortstop. Walks to Martinez and Romine here in the 10th inning. 7-7 game. Strike called. 1-1. Marlins will have Yelich, Stanton, and Prado due up in the bottom of the 10th. Low and outside. 2-1.
If you're Iglesias in this particular situation, you pretty much know that you're going to get something off speed from Ramos. I don't think he'll challenge you with a fastball. So you sit on a breaking ball. If he throws a fastball, let it go. It's just 2 strikes.
Realmuto tried to bring that one back up in the strike zone. No dice. 3-1.
And it was a fastball that Iglesias just let go by.
Goes on deck. Full count now. 3-2. This has been a lengthy inning for Ramos. He's about to throw his 23rd pitch. $36,911 the crowd here tonight in Miami. Runners will go on 3-2, and it's ball 4 that's going to load the bases. 3 walks in the inning for Ramos. It's going to bring Juan Nieves out again. And it's going to give Anthony Ghost a chance with the bases full. Ramos, the 4th pitcher used out of the bullpen tonight by the Marlins. And he started this by walking J.D. Martinez, clearly pitching around him. But the problem is the guy on deck, Romine, he walked. And now he's walked the number 7 hitter, Iglesias. So Ghost, who had a big hit in the 9th, trying to deliver again here in the 10th. Strike 1. Ghost looks at a strike call. 0-2 now on Anthony. Now look at the crowd back into it. It's going to get through. Real Muto, but that thing carried right back to him. Now they got a runner hung up between first and second. D. Gordon will keep an eye on Martinez at third and tag the runner for the out. Wow. Right through the legs of the catcher, and that's it for the Tigers.
Sooner or later, Ramos was going to bounce one of those breaking balls. The ball went right through the catcher's legs and right back to him. Nice job by J.D. Martinez recognizing that he had to score if he had to make sure he could score. But Iglesias on first base, he was nearly all the way down to second base. He never took a look. And obviously was tagged out by D. Gordon, second baseman.
So the Tigers let an opportunity go by the wayside. And it's still a 7-7 game as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. And you've got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up here for the Marlins. And Drew Verhagen has come into the ball game now for the Tigers, so he will take over to pitch the 10th. Christian Yelich will lead things off. Chopper back up the middle and into center field, base hit. Winning run is on.
And Verhagen last year pitched in 20 games out of the Tigers bullpen and was very good. ERA just a shade over 2. He's got a really good fastball, gets up to 95, 96. Former starter in the minor leagues, but he has seemingly found a home in that bullpen for Detroit.
Stanton swings and misses. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Giancarlo Stanton hit a 2-run homer in the 6th. Marlins have a leadoff single here in the 10th. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers have gone with Wilson and Lowe and K-Rod and Verhagen. Marlins scored 3 against Frankie Rodriguez in the 9th. Up and in Giancarlo Stanton.
And no intent there. They want to go up, but they didn't necessarily want to go in.
Verhagen last year had 2 separate stints with the Tigers. Had a really good month of September. Swing and a miss again at 94 that time. Drew last year in the month of September gave up 3 earned runs in 16 2/3 innings of work, which really kind of put him on the map as a reliever for the Tigers. He had success as a starter in the minors, but pitched exclusively out of the bullpen last year. Stanton sends a ground ball foul to third base.
And be careful with that breaking ball. You don't want to hang it to Stanton after throwing some really good fastballs at 94, 95. But Stanton had a difficult time of catching up to. They went to the breaking ball and nearly cost him. And go back to that fastball and elevate it. See if you can get Stanton to swing through it.
That is fouled away. So Stanton continues to battle for Hagen. Opening night for the Tigers was looking awfully good early. They jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Kinsler hit an early home run. Led 5-0 behind Verlander, who had not allowed a hit until the 6th inning. But the Marlins have scrapped back twice in this game. Swing and missed to strike him out. Stanton is gone. 1 away.
Take a look at the pitch by pitch at how Verhagen went after one of the more dangerous hitters in the game. Just about every fastball up in the strike zone that Stanton had a difficult time of catching up to. Went outside with a breaking ball that nearly cost him, then went right back upstairs with another fastball, and then finally really good breaking ball, able to get the strikeout.
Here's Martin Prado. Bouncer, right back pass for Hagen. Quick throw by Kinsler. A nice barehanded play, 2 gone. Winning run moves up to second base.
And Kinsler, tremendous defender at second base. Able to come in, barehand that ball, and flip to first to get the out.
So with 2 outs, the winning run at second, Justin Bour will step in. A leadoff single in the 7th inning off Justin Wilson, but nothing came of that. He was 1 for 4 tonight.
And going to put him on?
It appears so. Real Muto waiting on deck.
He was part of that big ninth inning in which he doubled over the head of the second or make it third baseman Andrew Romine. So the intentional walk will leave runners at first and second. Craig Breslow, the left-hander, warming up for the Marlins. Tigers trying to get it to the 11th. To Kyle Ryan throwing in the Detroit bullpen. So here is JT Realmuto trying to win it for the Marlins here in the 10th inning. Yelich at second base. Bohr at first. Strike one.
A nice little get me over breaking ball there and thrown by Verhagen. Now you can continue to expand the strike zone against Realmuto.
He expanded it, but Realmuto would not go chasing. 1 ball and 1 strike. High, 2-1. Bouncing ball right side. Kinsler goes to the grass. His throw is in time to retire the side. We'll go to the 11th here in Miami. Miami for the season opener for these two teams, 7-7. Let's check in now with John Keating.
I'm going to guess, Mario, that back in the Call Sam studios, Mickey York and Craig Monroe have those little energy drink bottles all lined up there on the desk because it's a longer day than any of us really thought it might be. Regardless of what transpires, we'll be in the Tigers clubhouse right after the game on Tigers Live. You'll hear from Brad Ausmus. You'll hear from Justin Verlander. K-Rod is usually a stand-up guy. I'm sure he'll want to talk about what went sour for him and his team late in this one. Extra innings, bonus baseball in Game 1 here in Miami.
All right, Keith, thanks. Miguel Rojas is the new first baseman. And the new pitcher now is Craig Breslow, the left-hander.
Yeah, the well-traveled And Breslow, 45 games last year for Boston, an earned run average over 4, 46 strikeouts, 23 base on balls for the slender left-hander.
And so the lefty will face Anthony Gose to get things started here.
It's not going to overpower your fastball, right around 87 to 89 miles an hour. Also throws a cutter. He'll sink it. Change up and a curveball.
It'll be Gose and then Mike Aviles, who has moved to the on-deck circle, and then the top of the order, Ian Kinsler. Gose looks at strike one to get things started here in the 11th. Anthony had the big home run in the 9th inning, a upper deck shot to extend the Tigers' lead, but they could not hold on to it when the Marlins got 3 to tie it up. It was in the bottom of the 9th inning. Shane Green now warming up in the Detroit bullpen.
And he is the number 5 starter in the Tigers rotation, but first time through. You know, they will not need Green. They will not need him until Monday against the Pittsburgh Pirates as a starter. Therefore, he's in the bullpen first couple of days.
Breslow has faced the Tigers quite a bit in his career. In 24 games, has an ERA of 1.21 against Tigers hitters.
Yeah, they've never done much against him.
Three balls, 1 strike on Gose. There's Aviles waiting on deck. Full count.
Anthony Gose committed way too early that he was going to get a hittable fastball there from Breslow, and once he recognized that the ball was out of the strike zone, it was too late. He had already started to swing and could not stop it.
And he lays off for ball 4. Leadoff man on.
And one of the things to watch here with Anthony Gose, and you don't know how it's going to play out. You know, whether it's a bunting situation for the Tigers and they bunt Aviles, or whether it's a delayed steal situation for Gose. He did delay steal quite a bit last season.
So Aviles to pinch hit. And we'll see how the Tigers want to play it here. They've got the top of the order, Kinsler, next. Rojas, the first baseman, coming in to have a quick chat with Breslow. Anthony last year stole 23 bases.
5 sack bunts last year for Aviles in a Tribe uniform. Goes with a huge lead over at first.
Drops down a bunt. Rojas will handle it. Second baseman Gordon comes over to cover.
Gordon almost late getting there.
The sacrifice advances the runner to second.
He did it perfectly, no problem. Bunted down toward first base. Dee Gordon held his ground a little bit too long, and Aviles nearly beat it out.
So we'll see now if Kinsler can drive in the run. Ian had a 3-run homer early in this game. He also has a single 2-run scored for Kinsler. Fouled straight back.
And the Tigers have used just about every single one of the position players. Collins still available. And also Saltalamacchia.
Yep, that's it.
The last 4 base runners for the Tigers have all been on free passes. 3 by Ramos in the 10th, and Gose walked here in the 11th by Breslow.
Tigers have hit 3 home runs tonight.
One ball, one strike. Kinsler. Breslow becomes the 5th pitcher out of the bullpen for Miami. There's Saltalamacchia. Line drive to left, base hit. Here comes Ghost rounding third. They send him home, and he will score. Kinsler gets it done again. The Tigers have reclaimed the lead, 8-7 Detroit.
It's been a wonderful day for Ian Kinsler. That's his 3rd hit. That's a fastball at 90 miles an hour. That's right at the knees on the inner third, and just a beautiful swing by Ian Kinsler down the left field line, and no problem for Ghost scoring with all his speed.
8-7, Tigers have reclaimed the lead, and for Kinsler, how about this start to 2016, a 4 RBI night. See if the Tigers now can tack on. Here's Upton. Single and a double for Upton. He has also scored a run. That is the 12th Tigers hit. Both teams have double digits, 10 for the Marlins and 12 for the Tigers. Now Breslow ready with the 0-1. Another big hack there by Upton. No balls, 2 strikes.
And Breslow fastball, his top fastball, just 90 miles an hour, but he's not afraid to try to get it inside. He tried to get one inside to Kinsler and missed. And that fastball he wanted inside to Upton.
Inning started with a walk to Ghost, and then Avila's got his job done by sacrificing the runner to second base. That's when Kinsler banged a single to left. And they got him picked off. Throw down to second is in time, and Kinsler is called out.
It's a nice job by the first baseman, Rojas. Once you recognize that that base runner is taken off prematurely, you come meet the ball as you get it from the pitcher, which clears the view for you to throw down to second base to get the out. It's a nice job and by Breslow and also by Rojas.
They'll go down as a caught stealing. Upton swings and misses, and that'll end the inning. However, the Tigers go ahead. The RBI hit by Kinsler.
summary, Frankie Rodriguez came on in the 9th inning with a 3-run lead going up against the bottom pretty much of the Miami batting order, and when it was all said and done, he gave up a 3 spot and blew the save. But the Tigers were able to score a run in the 11th inning, courtesy of a walk by Anthony Gose, a sacrifice by Aviles, and another big hit by Ian Kinsler, who drove in his 4th run of the night and his 3rd hit of the evening.
Well, let's see if the Tigers can hold on to this lead now. It's 8-7 as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. And the Tigers go right back to the bullpen. Shane Green will come out of the pen to pitch.
And Green trying to do something here tonight that he's never had an opportunity to do in the big leagues, and that's get a save. 18 games last year for him, 4-8 with a 6+ earned run average. Got off to a really good start and then really struggled. Spent some time in the minor leagues.
And Adeiny Echeverria will lead things off. Echeverria fouls it off 0-1. He'll be followed by Rojas and then Gordon.
Shane Green pitching out of the stretch here this evening, even though there's obviously no runners aboard. I'm wondering if this is something that he's going to do when he starts as well. Start from the stretch.
A little bit outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Green had that big strikeout game against the Orioles late in spring camp. He had, I think, 9 strikeouts in that game.
Had a good fastball all spring and threw a lot of fastballs because he had to make the team.
Missed it outside, 2-1. Green gave up just 1 earned run in his first 3 starts last year. That covered 23 innings, and then just never could rebound from that vascular problem he had. Had season-ending surgery in his right hand in late August. Tipped into the glove for strike 2. 2-2 the count.
A lot of the Tigers pitchers here this evening, and with the exception of Rodriguez, have really taken advantage of elevating the fastball up in the strike zone.
Full count, 3-2. Marlins have used everybody on their bench with the exception of Jeff Mathis, backup catcher. Drilled to right field on a line, but straight at J.D. Martinez. 1 gone. Two more outs to get for Shane Green. This will be the first at bat of the night for Rojas. Came on in the double switch last half inning. Hit .282 last year. Had a good spring, .343. Green delivers a strike right at the knees. Rojas last year filled in toward the end of the season when Echeverria went on the disabled list and hit .354 down the stretch for them. Trying to get something started here in the 11th. Strike called, 0-2, and Rojas shakes his head no, does not agree with that call from Joe West. Here's the 0-2. Justin Verlander started this game for the Tigers. Did not allow a hit until D. Gordon doubled with 1 out in the 6th inning.
Yeah, Verlander was cruising. Ended up giving up a 2-run home run as well to Giancarlo Stanton.
The Tigers seemingly had gotten a couple of big insurance runs in the 9th inning on back-to-back homers by Ghosts and Victor Martinez to go up 3 runs, but Frankie Rodriguez could not hold on to that lead. Kyle Ryan once again warming up in the Detroit bullpen. Here's the 1-2. Little chopper to the right side. Kinsler has the hop. 2 up, 2 down. 1 more out to get, but it's not going to be an easy one. D. Gordon strolls in. Well, what a night he's had. 2 doubles, a triple, 2 runs scored. It is his first career 3 extra base hit game.
He got all his hardware before the game. He got a Silver Slugger Award, Gold Glove. Then went out and had a really good game.
And trying to keep it going here for the Marlins to the 11th. Steps away from strike 1.
Good fastball at 94 with a lot of late life. Really impressed with Green during the course of spring training. He's going to be big for the Tigers this year. If he stays healthy, he's really going to lean on that right arm.
Here's the 0-1. And very quickly 0-2 on D. Gordon.
Fastball at 94, then he comes back with that backdoor breaking ball that he started off the plate outside that Gordon gave up on. And it landed very nicely in the glove of McCann on that outside corner.
Here's the 0-2. Ooh, up and in. Gordon bends out of the way. Anibal Sanchez in game 2 tomorrow. Jose Fernandez will go for the Marlins. And it's back home opening day Friday at the ballpark. Here's the 1-2. The chopper slowly towards second. Kinsler. And the Tigers will win on opening night.
It took a while, but they will take the win for sure.
Some bonus baseball tonight from Miami, but in the end, the Tigers get a run in the 11th and hold on to win this one. 8-7.
5th consecutive opening day win for the Tigers.
Kinsler had a big night. Tigers gonna win. We'll be back.